Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.
Into our last winner-sided match and match in general for the second round of the Swiss stage, it's DMS and Team Space, a previous CCT champion trying to defend their crown before they even get to the playoff side. Em and Jay, we both talked up and down about what the expectations are for this team, but what do we think the reality is actually going to be?
I'm definitely leaning towards a Team Space victory. I'm going to be honest, DMS have been on a little bit of a downwards trajectory over these past couple of weeks. They've definitely struggled since coming back from the player break. But pre-player break, these guys were a force to be reckoned with. They took down a couple of big wins against ENCE, another one against Fnatic, you know, really sort of bumping heads with some of the top teams within the region. So I think that they're a team that are perhaps a little bit of a dark horse. They got off to a decent start here with that 2-0 win against Alternate Attacks. Yeah, you know, I'm excited to see where they can go with this. Now, as you say, Team Space, former champions last season. They did make it to the playoffs. They lost to Big in that opening round of the playoff stage. You know, to be fair, a formidable opponent to fall to. It came down to overtime in the final map as well. So if there's any way to lose it, you can sort of bow out with a bit of grace there. But yeah, these guys are a very, very good team. And have a very cool jersey as well, as a side note. I think it's very pretty.
Honestly, I like the jerseys, and I like the players even more. Like, I love what they've put together here, because everywhere you go, it's a new strength for this roster, and it just feels like as this strat book gets deeper, as they get to know each other more, as the chemistry builds, as the protocols get better, this team is on the brink. I don't say that very lightly, but if there's any team that, you know, on a good day is poised to be on that tier 1 level, it's these guys, because it's not just in CCT that they're doing good things, it's outside of it too. They almost made EPL. There's so many different good things going for them. Consistency is of the utmost importance, though, as we've said before. Sometimes you see a Team Space that can win the whole event. Sometimes you see a Team Space that can't make the playoffs. On the other end, you can kind of say the same thing about DMS. Like, they look really good in some of their games, and it's of a bunch of players who are starting to make names for themselves. Like, these guys are coming out of almost absolutely nowhere, and It's just working. It's working really well. AW, the highlight of the roster, but even so, that's not saying the others come short. Like, they don't. They all have their own importance, and they all do respectively well. So I expect this to be a very individual-oriented game, if I'm being completely honest. I think this series specifically is going to come down to who's hitting and who's hitting better on the day. And that all depends, right? It depends on what DMS bring to the server. Because, again, sometimes it's good, and sometimes it's bad.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of weird as well, right? You look at this roster and you say these are like new kids on the block, really, and they've really made a name for themselves in recent months. But prior to that, none of them ever had any major history. And you think of Kalash as a player that's been around for the past couple of years and has had some decent results within that time, but he's actually never found himself on a permanent team before now. Yeah, it's just bounced between mixes. He played in like a Cybersport Junior Cup a couple of years ago where Team Kazakhstan won it. That was like his biggest result to date. But every single tournament that he's won, and he's got a decent sort of share of wins in his portfolio, has always been under like random mixes, changing every week. He had like a very small tenure of a trial on bait, which didn't land himself a full-time position there. But yeah, this is like a very new team, of very new players, and so far they've really impressed me.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what more they have to offer. It's another big test for DMS because this is a regional bouting between them and Team Space. It almost feels like there's a bit of pride on the line. And now as we shift into the vetoes, I wonder where this actually goes. Because there's some good, there's some bad, there's some ugly for this veto. I mean, obviously the permaban of Nuke isn't really going to be quite the fun time if you're looking at it from Team Space's perspective. Wait, what? Excuse me? I'm not crazy here, right? Like, DMS haven't played Nuke.
Yeah. We've just had confirmation. It is correct. I mean, you've got to go off of the basis here, right? That they've had one game since the player break. That was alternate attacks. They've probably been prepping, right? They've probably spent the last couple of weeks cracking Nuke, and that's why they're sort of throwing into it. Or sort of floating it, I mean, and not banning it out, and sort of saying, yeah, you know what, we're happy to float a Nuke. We've been doing preparation on it. Now that's me sort of theory crafting here. I don't know if that's absolutely the case, but yeah, I mean that could be something. You know, it's not like they've been locked and loaded over the past few weeks and been super busy. That's if there's any time for them to have put in those preparations, it is over these past couple of weeks.
I'm still just in shock. I feel like there's a difference between, you know, practicing a map and then floating it in a series, maybe picking it later on or something. And then there's a difference between, like, playing Nuke against Prime Astralis. I'm just saying an extreme here to give a feeling of why I am so flabbergasted by this. Like, Team Space have high-end Tier 1 wins on Nuke. Like, it's not just some inflated number because they play Tier 2 teams or something. Like, their Nuke in the past, before, I know, you know, it's only riddled with a couple of matches in recent history, but in the past, like when they were winning CCTs, when they were going to the finals of CCTs, was a threat, and it always has been. I'm a little surprised that it's not banned, to say the very least. Regardless, the way it unwinds is very favorable for Team Space, because as soon as you look past to Nuke, Dust 2 would be there next up. Mirage, little more iffy. I think if you get there, then DMS have already done enough to earn respect for a chance of winning this series in a best of 3. So at least there's that on my mind, right? You'll know in 2 maps whether DMS are going to contend or not in this series in total. So I'm down, but I think DMS have put a very big task in front of themselves.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, actually. Sort of by the time we get to that point, we will know if DMS are the dark horse that we've talked about and have that potential to actually pull this one together, or whether it is just going to be the Team Space show that we have grown very used to seeing. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting veto. Obviously, Team Space haven't had the crazy form that we've seen from them in the past. They have taken a couple of recent losses, but yeah, since coming back from the player break, their one game that they've played, that was against Permitta, that was a 2-0. In terms of HLTV history, these two teams have only actually played each other once. And Team Space were able to take it reasonably comfortably in a 2-0 fashion. That was back in May, but that isn't quite accurate. There's been a couple of tournaments, covered both of these teams in RCA, about a month ago, perhaps. That wasn't on HLTV. These guys played against each other within like ESEA matchups and things like that. These guys have kind of had their scraps, often in a best-of-one format, but definitely sort of had their scraps against each other. So, you know, it's a regional matchup, and they are used to each other's play styles, how they play, and I think that that's going to be something that'll be sort of interesting to watch out for today.
Well, we're going to find out, man, because Nuke is where we go straight into Team Space. You couldn't ask for a better veto, and now we get to see if that's going to come back to bite DMS. Look, I still think Flow and Vertigo was the play. Moral of the story is, it's done now. In Team Space, he'll start on the offensive front, so if there's any time to show us what you're made of, DMS, it's right now.
Well, here we go. Pistol round underway, Space with the Glocks in hand, a little bit of util on Vert. They're going to send it out towards Ramp. Julie's ready and waiting, and Clash with a very crisp shot to get things started. Fade with a couple back, and well, this has been stamped out very quickly. And a 4v2 for the Glocks to try and recover. I don't fancy their chances.
For a moment, just a moment, I thought maybe. But no, now you're going to have to color me impressed, because I think Team Space have been bested on the pistol. DMS, a great read to open things up. And some even better shots hit by S-Fade. NBW drops down. Jig is up, but spins back. Shots like that are why he is quite the scary man to approach with your pistol. And DMS used that as a good enough reason to take the pistol with them. I assume a save will be on the horizon too with no plimp, so nice start.
Very, very quick shot at the end there as well. Love that. But, yeah, very good start indeed. Exactly what you need if you're DMS right now, coming into a map like Nuke. You know, we stress the importance of it. We stress the anomaly of allowing it to slip through. Allow Team Space, a team that are so strong on this very map, to fall into their comfort zone, but maybe that's exactly what they'll do. Maybe they'll fall a little too deep into their comfort zone. They're just down to the pistols here in the second. No bomb plant in the first. In fact, very little to really call successful there in that pistol round. So happy to just eat the eco, come into the next with the rifles. That should allow DMS a little bit of leg room. I quite like the fact that they're not trying to play for any bonus or anything. It's like Smet's just saving his pennies, 4M4s.
Yeah.
Try and get this done in a flawless fashion.
This is what I think people should do more often, personally. Like,
yeah.
It really, I think it just depends on the team. But personally, I always vouch for going for, like, I don't know, my pistol on the second round. There's some rounds I will even just stick to a USB in situations like this.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think, to be honest, a lot of the time you find yourself, you go into the second round, you buy an SMG, you're eager, you're sort of envisioning this Glock rush towards you, and you find yourself 4 kills and pay it off. But in reality, if they don't come towards you, you don't get any kill reward bonus, you find yourself in round number 3 against rifles, you've got that SMG, it's difficult to sort of justify throwing it away and reinvesting. And if you do, it's a big old waste of money. If you don't, then you become a contingency. And yeah, it's often maybe the right call to make, to sort of invest into a couple of rifles, a couple of players hold on to their pistols. Do exactly what DMS have gone for here. A little bit of aggression from S-Fade in towards Hut, sightline into lobby. Oh yeah, X5 to crack open the skull of Kalash. That's going to give him some leg room here on ramp.
And how do you plug this hole now? I mean, you can't use one of your A players because Smet just got taken to 4 HP, so what are you going to do? Leave him alone? There's some typing there, so you wonder if something went awry. In fact, oh, no, I was a little worried for a moment. I saw somebody not moving towards CT spawn, but for now it just seems like the idea they're going into the round with. About a minute shoot off of the clock. X5's worked his way down lower. If you can somehow slither your way down those vents as team space, round is in the palm of your hands. Either that or a secret, regardless, doesn't really matter. So, smoke wall spammed outside. This round is being pulled in a whirlwind of directions, though I don't even know if this is going to be a B finish. It should be, but I didn't know. Looked like for a second they might have just faked it and gone A.
Still options. That second kill means that there's even more of them. Suppose he'll start to work his way down secret. He is going to be heard. He's stomping like an elephant, or should be able to catch him. Yeah, it's a freebie. I don't think this gives them a whole lot more equity in for this retake. There's no kits, so a very short fuse on this round. They might just opt to save the rifles they have in hand, allow team space onto the board. So that's going to be the call they'll make. Yeah, very clean stuff from team space.
And DMS, honestly, this is the best way you could have lost a round. It's not you getting run over, so to speak. You get away with a couple of guns. And honestly, I think you get some pretty good ideas of what the future is to behold for Team Space. Because so far, we've seen a lot of presence put on ramp. The pistol round was potent on ramp. The second round... Oh my god. That is insane. That just changed the round.
I don't think I've ever seen that. I actually don't think I've ever seen that happen.
Is there like a tech pause incoming or something? Hey, great replay job, I gotta say. Any to put in there, I'm down. I thought maybe that knife kill would have actually turned this buy to an eco. That would have been like the biggest mistake I've seen in a while.
Yeah, that is bad. That is really, really bad. And it is going to hurt the buy. However it sort of happens here. S-Fade, I guess, drops another M4 over to Kalash, but... Mouse lag, right. So that's actually why we're having this pause. Which is interesting. Word from my producer there, but... I don't know. Maybe he's making excuses. I don't know if I believe him. You know, you knife your teammate, they go, what the hell, man? You go, oh, sorry, what? My mouse
I thought he said mouse whack.
Mouse whack?
That's what I was thinking. Well, he's not whack anymore. Maybe he meant like he whacked his mouse. You know, like you miss a shot, and then you give your mouse like a slam.
Oh, right. Yeah, well.
I've broken 3 mice that way.
I have as well. Not 3, but...
I mean, me neither, right? My expense log of things I've broken playing Counter-Strike is quite hefty.
So, we'll call it passion, right?
Yes. 2 monitors, a desk, 3 headphones, a keyboard, and 3 mice because of passion.
All in the name of passion.
Of course.
I love it. 4v4 though. Get space gain down towards secret. Molly should actually force back Kalash, so it'll break this crossfire that they have established. Good flash though. Trying to play whack-a-mole, it will be Fozil to come out on top.
Oh. You're not sitting pretty, man. Kalash, you've got some pretty good angles to hold on this B site, but on half HP. Turns from a strong angle to probably a coffin, as they're going to clear you out. So many different spots to look. Seems to turn devilish in the end, and even though time is starting to drain, I don't think they really mind. As the plant goes down again, DMS are shifting for a save. Smet in height. I think both looking to get to T-spawn yet again. But don't worry. Height won't die this time.
You sure?
Because AW isn't alive to stab him.
Ah. Maybe someone else will have mouse lag.
Oops. My mouse just lagged 3 times.
It's a server thing.
Of course. Ah, Matt, you guys getting this rubber banding too? Dink, dink, dink.
I'm telling you, man. I don't believe him.
My mouse is hacked, actually, so.
Might be able to slamming it against the desk.
No, of course. It's weird. I remember doing that. It's funny. I remember doing that on a nuke pug, and my scroll wheel fell in. It's like, guys, might have to abandon this one.
Yeah, I got a problem with it. I did the same, and then I could hear it. Not the scroll would go in, but bang it against the desk. And then next round, I move it, and I hear something rattling around inside, and I'm like, oh, guys,
That's not my mouse. Wait. Well, not much of a fight to be put up here. Team Space, I'd say command pretty much all of the space in this one. Smet, though, very aggressive behind this ramp. Smoke, and he gets away with it. Danis couldn't catch him creeping back through. Is he gonna nade this open and go for a pick? What a dog you are, Smet. Take your warnings, man. They don't come free. Oh, but this might, because Bozo's on half HP, and they're not ready for Kalash. He's reloading, gonna get caught with it. That gun, unobtainable, you know another one's there.
Smart discipline to just dial it right back. Sometimes get a little too greedy. Try and ploy him for that rifle. Try and get cheeky. Ends up costing you and a 4v3, and maybe you can play the bait for your teammate to trade you. It's got a whole lot more value than leaving them with a 4v2. The bomb down, but yeah, Danis recovers things. Actually catches another with his back turned, so this is a lot of damage at the very least.
Why am I worried? Why am I very worried right now?
Oh.
That is so much damage. Dude, that was scary. But Team Space, hang on. It's alarming though, because that was the eco, right? Like, that sets you up so well right now.
Wow. Yeah, it does. And yeah, as you say, at the end of the day, it hurts the economy of Team Space. Not massively, but it doesn't allow them to sort of get out of control here. And yeah, it just gives them those extra bells and whistles on the DMS side going into a round like this. They've now got those M4s on it, all 5 of them. That extra util and whatnot. I'm a little concerned. Height doesn't have Kevlar, which is very strange.
Hey, man.
I'm going to assume that's a mistake. I'm going to assume that's a
You
mistake.
just don't know the meta. That's all it is.
You reckon?
Oh! Okay. Maybe there's not a meta
understand.
here. I don't think there's a meta here.
Look at my space Trunix got as well. That's just so huge, right? I mean, it's not even like he's sort of dictating the strat here, but he has now dictated the pace. He's this real thorn in their side, this spanner in the works they have to worry about. They want to try and maintain this hold that they've got going on, but obviously constant fear that there's a mole in the works. I quite like this angle from Kalash, though. This is cool.
They're not going to clear this. And you're going to get away with 1, maybe even 2, because that's just such a hard angle to predict. And with the AOS, you can't hear him. X5 saves him with the double. But it doesn't mean Oz out of this just yet. We saw him in a 1vx last round, however. Oh my god, never mind. Nah, sit down, bro. Oh my, that was one of the craziest stabs I've seen in a while from Trunic.
Well, 4 down for Team Space already. Remember, they're on the T side, so there is definitely cause for concern. Maybe not just yet, but as they breach on to 5 and 6, then things become problematic, and a 5th is almost inevitable. They face up against the pistols here. I'm actually quite surprised that Smet and Aura even bother going in with a Kevlar. Feels like $650 that could have been better spent in the next round, but we'll see. Perhaps working on the basis that someone can find a kill, the rifle can fall into their hands and maybe do some damage. Flash in the meantime, keeping him busy. Wow. He does land a dink, but oof. All right,
Target
crispy the other
acquired,
one.
man. You know exactly who you're trying to hunt down now. But they're nowhere near him, so Smet and all are going to have to turn to other avenues if they want to try to find their so-called saving rifle. I'm surprised they're not playing as close to each other, though. Now they start to motion closer to one another, but for a moment, they were on what felt like opposite ends of the earth. And they've got one isolated, but Fozil takes his one opportunity to back away, wisely so. and refuses to give up any sort of gun. You still don't know about the second player in awe here, that you're going to have to react, and, well, I guess it's easy when it's against a pistol. So, 5-7 stands alone against the world. They take some long-range fights. They maybe try to drop him without losing a player themselves, but Smet doesn't really want to let that happen, so tucks himself in what I'd call the most one-and-done angle on Nuke. Actually, it's not true. It's probably the boosted ring, but close. It's up there.
Yeah. I wouldn't disagree. Smet not allowed to survive, but no mercy shown from Team Space. They hunt every last one of them, and even X5 taking substantial amount of damage at the start. A dink and a couple of shots to the body, down to 9 HP, still survives. So a flawless affair for Team Space. Does them a lot of favours financially. You know, a couple of those prior rounds, they took casualties to the pistols. We said it hurt the money. They've recovered that nicely. 6-7k across the board. That's post-buy. It's going to be enough of a cushion for them to fall back on for at least 1, maybe 2 round losses if needed. Good bit of damage from the HE as well.
We haven't seen them throw a ton of ace-sided utility, have we? This is their first pop. Team Space trying to change it up a little bit, or rather keep DMS on their toes, and X5 is just killing it right now. I feel like all of his 6 kills are 3 individual rounds where he's finding like a double entry.
Yeah, he's been going absolutely nuclear, and the fact that he's entried out there, we didn't quite get to see it. The eyes were on the man throwing the util. But I imagine it was crisp. It's very difficult to entry out of that hut position. You know, so many elevated angles. A lot of the time you've got to walk out of the door with your crosshair at the ceiling. Good damage on the nade, though. Kill onto Danis. They've already made the call to save, so the HG kill's not going to sort of allow them to entertain going for the retake any more than they were before. With no kit, there's no chance, but you know, an AWP and M4 into the next is better than nothing. Height. Down to 2 HP, seems to know exactly how much damage that bomb was going to do. Maybe just a little lucky.
Maybe they have been putting in time to nuke over the player break.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he knew where they'd planted it though. You know, it kind of depends on like if they planted it like in the middle of the site.
We don't got to talk about that.
Yeah, well.
He definitely could have died if they planted it closer to him.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, again, they at least maintained the op moving in, but these guns have not done very much for them. This was a 2-0 start for DMS, remember. Ever since, it's been Team Space taking the wheel and driving away with the game. S-Fade not hiding where he lies behind this smoke, and further telling them exactly where he's located with that reload as he finally backs away to Mini. And DMS aren't really looking to fight anything right now. Instead, it's more of a contained game. And these crossfires are strong for doing so. However, there is still a lot of utility for Team Space, trying to split them apart. And in doing this, you are technically giving them a lot of space. If they want, they could try to sneak down secret. There's not much to stop them. Then they can maybe manipulate your rotates a bit, and things get messy.
This fade. Oh, crosshair just a little too high. We switch away before we see him fall. It must have been a little messy because Fozil's tagged down low. And it took a little while for him to finish off the job, all with the same kind of effect. Trying it back and forth into a split 4v4, but Fozil, X5, both low. He's been dropped the AWP to negate that HP. But Height picking up his teammate makes things a little harder. And DMS looking better in this round. Kalash with another.
And it's finally about time something went well for DMS. Good trades, gotta give it up, but you don't want to be giving this round back, Fozil. I was gonna say maybe there was an opportunity, but then I took another glance at the time and realized, yeah, no, that's not happening. Killing him after time here would be another big deal as well. Danis, he's got cash in the bank, but it's only enough for armor, maybe some nades. He'll need a drop from his big boy Fozil. All of a sudden, they get knocked down a branch as finally DMS picks something back up.
It's felt like a long time coming. A lot of the rounds have either come close or they found themselves in a position where actually I've been very impressed with their discipline to say, yeah, you know what, like, it's a 3v2. We could have a crack at it. The likelihood is we're not going to win this round. So let's dial it back. Let's hold on to these rifles. Let's save for the next. And they've done that quite consistently, but it has meant that it's taken a toll on the overall round count. Big kill from all to get things going. Damage dealt from the nades. To blow open the smoke. Doesn't quite give them the sight line. No one's behind the box anyway, but it does mean they'll have to clear it later. Look at this position from height. Surely Fozo doesn't expect the orb. Bing! Or maybe he does. I don't know.
Oh,
that
wow.
was beautiful.
I mean, look, you won't have to worry about buying in future rounds if you just do that, so. Team Space again, just running straight in. You know what? Hate to toot my own horn. This has been a game of individuals. Plays like that happening left, right, and center have continuously set the pace. And now they pause. Team Space, with how fast they've been this game, I'd say a little uncharacteristic for them to take a bit of a hiatus in the aggression. Though, I don't know if it's going to work as intended. All depends, right? Eventually, they have to go into B if they want somebody to walk down secret. But the question now becomes, who moves first? Trunic or DMS? And it looks like Trunic's going to give in. On Smet still very, very close by.
Well, with all the space in the world towards this B site, it's just a matter of time before the bomb works its way down. 10 seconds left on the clock, though. Leaves them very vulnerable. If there was a player closer to the ramp, then could have maybe denied this. I think, yeah, just about gets there. Fozil with the cover. Danis to stop the secondary swing, and with the C4 down, that timer now negated. And the fuse is on for DMS to try and get back into this timing. Everything is X5 aggresses, lets his teammate fall, but gets the trade. And now 1v1, he has no idea on Or's position, but knows that he's not behind him. He's coming from one of the two doors.
Oh, you didn't see him!
Oh. Neither of them saw each other, surely.
I don't think it's planted for him either. Yeah, smoke on the bomb. You gotta move forward, X5. Oh, he saw the barrel now. Oh, taps the bomb, moves up. Does he buy it? X5 does start spamming inside of it. In fact, they both do. And they both have now missed their windows of opportunity. Swapping to the sidearms. It's star on star, and Team Space win it.
Wow, wow, wow. Impressive stuff. Well played, to be fair, towards the end from X5, but maybe a little close for comfort. Felt like they had everything going their way once they were down on that B bomb site. They took so long to get that C4 over. They left themselves super vulnerable pre-plant, and then even in the post-plant. They played a very, very dangerous game, going for that ramp 1v1, and with the bomb not planted for you. There's a world that all could have just held that 5-second defuse, maybe would have got away with it. This time, wants to try and make up for that lost round, and with a big opening kill, untraded. It's a good start.
I love the movement from Team Space after that, though. Recognizing that that's a lost cause, you saw X5 for a moment maybe flirt with the idea of looking for a trade, but he just backs away. So many teams there are going to really overextend to try and find that kill. Oh my, though, not ready for the push down to ends. They give themselves another kill. Height also contributing. And it really feels like everybody's starting to step up from DMS. Moral of the story is still a 7-5 half at worst. We can end it off on a high note. Plant goes down, and X5 and Danis still have more of an objection to raise. Smoke goes into the ramp as Height rattles off the shot. Utility is still of concern, but only for a moment in time. Eventually, Team Space are going to have to worry about all these angles, and with the fight not being won by X5, it leaves everything to Danis.
Surely not. But with the bomb down, maybe a fancy his chances as they walk into his cross set. Oh, doesn't quite react quick enough to the man to his left, but gives that a damn good stab. DMS back with another. I'm not sure this is enough, to be honest. They've allowed the T side to take 7 already here on Nuke, but you know, they have their moments of brilliance. That was another great round. A lot of them coming close. This scoreline could have been closer overall. Team Space not running away with this like perhaps we were expecting. This has been quite contentious. DMS really need to win this final round of the half. 7-5 leaves them with a much greater margin for error than an 8-4.
NL, I suppose. Do you think his mouse is whack again?
Maybe. Wait, we're about to get word. Server's whack.
Server's whack. Okay. Moving up in the world here. The whack virus is really starting to infect everybody.
Maybe that's what did it last time, man. I told you at the time.
My mouse was hacked. Moved from the mouse to the server. Next, your phone's gonna be whack.
Will that impact the game? We good?
The game's gonna be whack.
Oh, no.
His gear's gonna be whack. His hair, his gear, his shoes.
What?
The way that he doesn't like to smile. But me, however.
I'm telling you, man, I've been proposing this for ages. They need pictures of them sad.
Oh,
and they need
God.
pictures of them smiling. Oh. This is wild.
Wow. How do they not clear top putt? I feel like that's the first thing in your checklist. It just goes unnoticed. And now Smet's creating one hell of a problem behind this A-site smoke. Trunic can only do so much. Oz moving in, too. I liked the idea from Team Space, but it all goes downhill after that first angle isn't cleared. Fozel, only redeeming quality is the kill outside, but you've still got the whole world to worry about in DMS. And it seems that's all it takes for them to close out the half. Team Space, it's not a bad T side by any stretch, but not as dominant as I would have expected.
Yeah. It's sort of the wrap of that one, right? DMS have done exactly what was required of them to win that 5th round as well. And I feel like they got a bit of momentum. Of the last 4, they took 3. There was that little hiccup in the middle where Team Space were looking much, much better. But ultimately, they've sort of found their footing towards the end and closed it out with a decent result, or with some brilliant rounds as well. Everybody stepping up, though. Second half pistol, worth its weight in gold here. If they can take it, they should be able to tie this up. If they can't, then Team Space will draw closer to that finish line and things get a little scary. And it's at range. USP has the advantage, and well, we see that come into fruition quite quickly.
If I recall correctly, I actually think DMS won the first pistol, no? I'm just wondering. Thinking all the way back, you know? Trip down memory lane.
Yes, they did, yeah.
Team Space seem to be looking back and laughing now as pistol strats come through on their own CT side. Either that or it's a taste of DMS's own medicine. Doesn't really matter which way you put it, still hurts the same. As Kalash and Awe try to make the most of a poor situation, you've still got the dualies of Fozel unnoted and undetected in the ramp room. Well, capable of just ending the round here. Spotting the both of them as well with the bomb on Awe's back. They're going to continue taking this fight. What other options do you have? Reroute through outside with the CTs currently field all control? Yeah, I don't think so. Instead, they flash Trunic off of hell and find their way into a first kill only to the trade of Danis. And again, it's going to be left to Awe. Even more unwinnable than the last, but with time maybe on his side. It's not to say over just yet, but when Fozel comes through, it is.
Well. Pistol round going the way of Team Space, and yeah, you're right, DMS did take that opening pistol round, they took the follow-up as well. So yeah, unfortunately, history not able to repeat itself there. No major successes either, not very many kills, no bomb plant. It means that, you know, they do have to just drop down and face this eco right now. It would just be pistols that allow Team Space on to 9. You know, not too far gone at that point. They come into the 15th with the rifles and still have a chance to claw this their way, but obviously will be on the back foot, as they have been for most of this game so far. Danis. There we go. Whack-a-mole. Heads keep poking over, looking for the second. Maybe a bit of frustration sets in as he still can't connect it. Eventually it hits the mark.
Used all of his Dave and Buster's credits to hit that one mole. What a trooper.
He's back to playing again.
They gave him more. Why did they refill?
Okay, Smet. He does find one. Alright, so, you know, sort of the break-even point for an eco round. It's only the MP9 that goes missing, and, well, Trunic grabs it. He had one of his own as well.
It's called the skin. Duh.
Yeah, bright yellow. It's cool, isn't it?
I have done that before.
Oh, yeah, me too. Every round. Every game.
Honestly, like, who needs this op when the Galil Chatterbox looks so cool? It doesn't. I'm just giving an example.
No, I'm with you.
Chatterbox actually, like, boils my blood, but that's a conversation for another time.
Oh,
Anywho,
Orb's ugly as well, man.
you know what? I didn't think about that. This boost is nasty, dude. Did Vert see him? He does. And does Smet know? Smet thinks that's just random spam, dude. Oh, it's so unfortunate.
It's
Already
actually
kicking off
nuts
there.
as well that Vert saw him, because we saw from Smet's POV when he jiggled what he actually
Nothing.
saw, and he saw nada. He saw absolutely nothing. So the fact that Vert could see him is actually, that's criminal. That is nasty.
One-way smokes are gone, by the way, guys. Nah, I'm just playing. They'll never go. They live in your nightmares and they live in the server. The DMS slow it down in the 5-on-4, praying, hoping Team Space give them any leeway back into the round. But I think eventually they're just going to have to pull the pin on this A-sided exec. And they don't really have a ton of utility outside of the initial stent. They've got the mollies to go in, they've got the flashes to help them, and maybe a bonus smoke, but actually I don't even think that's true. So it all gets used up. Every little piece they've got is Trunic and Vert both field a kill. Round is likely a gutter ball, even if Trunic doesn't just go on to win it himself. It doesn't really matter. As soon as that smoke fades, round is done, and I think they know it. A 1v3, but they keep giving height chances. Unbeknownst to them, he's on 12 HP. If he splits the bill well enough, he can make this a little more interesting. However, it's no fairy tale, it's realism, and Team Space use it for double digits.
That's a big round win. You know, the pistol round comes with a lot of weight. The follow-ups just is what it is. But taking the buy and taking it convincingly does them a hell of a lot of favours. We saw them really gain some momentum, gain some traction once they got into those buy rounds in that first half. They dropped off a little bit towards the end of, well, in those last couple of rounds at least, but we might not even see that happen again here. DMS might not get the opportunity for the resurgence. Just a half investment with pistols. Smet's not even going to have enough to really comfortably buy into the next round. Okay, he'll have the loss bonus, but he'll be lacking util unless he can find a kill or two, a bomb plant, something out of this round. That's filth from Danitz. Team Space will be on to 11 before they know it. He is crispy.
God, bro.
It's all that practice in the eco rounds.
Look at the kills across that team. And then look at Dennis. Like, 7, 8, 10, 11, 20.
He is farming outside. Well, wants this one. He wants to add a few more to his tally. Knows that 7 maybe doesn't cut the mark.
We're gonna break this whack-a-mole machine, bro. Guys, there's other games to play in this arcade. Throw a grenade outside. Play some Plinko, bro. Like, come on.
I think it's the new prac strat. I'm going to set up a server that's just constantly just spawn in CT Garage or like behind the container. And just heads just pop up on silo and you've just got to tap them. That's my new aim routine. My warm-up routine.
Can I... Alright, then in the inverse, I'm going to make a new prac thing that's just you spawning on silo. And...
Getting clotted. Yeah, you join the wrong team and then you're stuck.
Reminds me back in the day when they would just shoot your head with an again and warm up, but anyway. Cooking a little too hard here as Vert as he walked through the secret smoke. And it feels rare that we've seen DMS in these man-up scenarios, so I'm interested what Team Space bring out of the playbook now with the slight disadvantage. Dennis has actually dropped into the A site, so they're going for something.
With the man advantage. There's a world they can make this happen. I love the aggression from Dennis. He needs to stay true and hit this shot. And a little panic jump as he pulls the trigger. That's okay. No one's there to swing and trade it. And he will actually maintain his position here in the hut for a little while too. I thought he'd instantly fall out. Drops the incendiary. Now starts to dial it back. 4v4. He's got Trunic with him. Picked a little wide, but so quick to react.
And that's why you have someone like him, dude. That's why you don't want to give him the op height. Make sure to put out that flame before it gets too hot. And with that nade popped open, I thought they were going to walk through it. That would have been a round-ending move. But look at the way they're moving around this A site right now. At this point, DMS are committed to going upper, and everybody is here for team space. They've full committed. They've full gambled, and that gamble's going to pay off big time. 10 seconds to go. Bombs drop. So long as they stay alive, the round is done. But now Trunic has to play a ring around the roses just to try and keep this alive. Oh, look at the wrong way! And with his very last bullet, Trunic has to work harder than initially bought for. But it's still not point nonetheless. Team Space with 7 chances to take their pick.
And that commitment, that 3-man rotation was not only a smart call, but it was absolutely necessary. DMS just sort of timed themselves out, right? I love the fact that they tapped the brakes towards the end. But there wasn't enough time to go for the other option. Team Space went for the gamble rotation on the basis of, it's 15 seconds. There's no way they've got the balls to send it ramp. They were absolutely right. 7 chances to close this out before they have to face overtime, and I reckon they're going to do it right here and now. Ozil aggressive. Love this. Oh.
It's not even just that either, right? It's the damage on height that adds to it behind that fact. They have almost no utility to come back through. However, Aw got here undetected, and next Fi, he's completely mistaken in his judgment. Still have the post up of the Opper and Danists. In fact, they're really trying to flush out AW. Look at how they're moving right now. You got someone moving through Secret. For a moment, I thought Danists was just going to contain him behind the red bin. Instead, I think this flush is a little bit late.
Seconds left on this clock, a 4v4, but maybe that's putting it a little too lightly. Height low on health, or within dinking range, and with Trunic on this site and an AWP here to support him at the bottom of the vents if they try and go for anything cheeky. And it's Danis to open up proceedings with a fast shot. This surely is the ender here. Surely they can't breach this A site.
Especially now when you're down a couple of players. No thank you, or maybe thank you, Dennis. Kind of their lifeline right now, but unguarded is the bomb carrier, and Dennis is gonna end it on fire like the way he started. This was a 20-round game, and what do you know? Oh, it's a 19-round game actually, and he ended it with 25 kills, dude. This guy is just lights out, bro. I mean, it's just what Team Space bring to the table. Anybody can do it on this squad. It just so happened that today it was Danist. And like we said earlier, now you shift into Dust 2, which is still arguably a great map for Team Space.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Danis was that harder outside anchor, would only rotate into the A bomb site when absolutely necessary. And outside is such an important piece of map control on Nuke. It's an integral part of the map. You've got to have some kind of presence there as a T side. And when Danis has got it under lock and key, it really, really limits your options. Arguably, yeah, they could have gone for a little more pressure towards ramp and whatnot.
Yeah.
But, you know, it was just the Danis show every single time. They try and go for any outside control. He was really, really shutting it down. So yeah, impressive stuff. And ultimately, I'm pretty surprised that that scoreline actually ended up being as one-sided as it was, because it felt pretty contentious at the start.
I mean, you start with the pistol, you get the force after that. A lot of the rifles were close to kick off the game. I thought we were going for a very long time, but apparently not. And again, I still put a lot of the blame on the veto. I mean, it's in hindsight. I know I keep bringing it up, but the fact is, like, Nuke was just not the play against a team like this, I don't think. And now you might be sulking in it as you go into Dust 2, because it's still a very good spot for Team Space to be in. So I really couldn't tell you, man. I think there is a lot on the line here for DMS and a lot to prove as we shift into the second map. But that's only to be answered when we come back from the break. Team Space, after domination, they want to keep that up, and we'll see if they can't do it when we return.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skinplace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skinplace.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.
Not so hot for DMS, but doesn't mean we're out of the woods just yet. Obviously, this is their map pick. I've given a lot of credit to Team Space because in the past they've looked good. Coming into the series, they've looked good. But, maybe there's still a little bit more in store. There were some moments of comfortability for DMS, and as I think you said at some point, it doesn't really feel like that was a 13-5 game because to some extent, it was way more competitive in a lot of those rounds.
Yeah, it absolutely was, especially in the second half. Sorry, not in the second half. In the first half. In the second half, very different kettle of fish. I think as soon as we saw Team Space get onto their CT side, they really came into their element. I was talking about Dennis's outside hold. It was sublime. It really was nothing to fault there. He was fantastic. And yeah, his kills were as a result of that, right? 25 kills across 19 rounds is seriously, seriously impressive. But yeah, you're absolutely right. In the first half, things were contentious. It ended 7-5, but I don't even think that scoreline did it justice. I think there were a lot of rounds that were very, very close. DMS could have taken. There were several scenarios as well where sort of in like a 3 versus 2 situation, they fell away, they saved those rifles. It was the smart move economically, but in terms of like overall round count, maybe they would have gone for one of those, maybe they'd have won it. We could have seen a 6-6 perhaps, but you know, all in hindsight. Ultimately though, Team Space definitely the better team there on Nuke, and yeah, especially as we moved into that second half, that became very, very clear. Now, you were saying at the end of that last game that you expect to see somewhat of the same here on Dust 2, considering it is another map that Team Space are very good on. You stand by that, or you think the DMS have maybe still got a bit of fight left in them?
As optimistic as I can pretend to be for DMS, this series already kind of feels like it's over, to be completely honest. I mean, the one thing that I do want to mention about the round count is that, yes, while the rounds did feel more competitive, and it did kind of feel more competitive than a 13-5 should, 2 of those rounds came with a T-sided pistol, so there's that for starters. And then alongside it, we didn't even see the best of some of their best individuals. We saw Dennis, who is, I mean, obviously lights out. You cannot discredit him, and I'm not. But there's players like X5 who we didn't get to see as much of. There's players like Fozel who we didn't get to see as much of. Trunic, Vert, they weren't silent, but they also weren't loud. They weren't as vocal. And I think when you shift into Dust 2, you've already got Dennis looking so good. You've got X5 who did have moments. Now they're going to have more opportunities for that. And the team play from DMS just kind of looked off. Toward the end, it felt like they were taking their time, not really forcing the fights to Team Space, which to some extent you should. But it didn't feel like it was of intention, more so of fear and worry of making a mistake or giving Team Space something instead of confidence in their own game plan. That's not going to fly on Dust 2. So in my mind, everything points to Team Space being Team Space and winning this 2-0. But again, at the same time, You never really know, because this is their second series after the player break. I don't think it's their first time playing or seeing Dust 2. I think we saw it in the Alternate Attacks game. Could be wrong on that. Point is, it was a good result there. Could be better here. I'm just basing this off of the track record in this series alone.
Yeah, it did come up in that Alternate Attacks game. They actually won it 13-4. So, you know, they do have a decent tenure here on Dust 2. But you're right, there is a lot to be said for the harder hitters, or some of the hardest hitters here on this Team Space roster that we didn't really see showing up in that last map necessarily. Vert, Trunix, X5, Fozil as well. It was, to be honest, down to more of a lack of opportunity, right? There was very few opportunities that DMS actually had down towards that beta bomb site. They weren't really playing for ramp in many of those rounds. You know, they breached the A bomb site a couple of times, but ultimately it really was Danis just shutting them down before they got into the gates, and it was the rest of the boys picking up the pieces. And I think that Dust 2 is a map that has a very, very different blueprint to Nuke, and yeah, you need more than one individual to step up, and I don't doubt that we'll see that, to be perfectly honest. So, yeah, I think we could definitely see multiple stars shining here for the Team Space roster, but DMS should definitely have more equity here in this second map than they did in the first. Without further ado, though, we will be jumping into this second map of the series. It's Dust 2. It's the DMS map pick. They should be starting off on their T side, and absolutely will be. And a very, very heavy util setup here for the pistol.
I just like seeing rounds like this. I feel like, specifically after the player break, we started to see a shift in meta of using mollies on the pistol.
Yeah, this is like my first series back since the player break, so I'm gonna be honest. This is new to me, but yeah, it's an interesting
Valid.
approach. Yeah, we saw it in the last series. We're seeing it here. Proof's in the pudding, I guess.
I feel like I haven't seen a pistol in recent memory without, like, a molly on it. I mean, you always had your, like, guys doing what your guys do on the pistol, but you'd, like, raid boss somebody would get util, and then everybody else would have armor. Here, you got two players with armor. One of them is, neither one of them is a P250, so very interesting. Anywho, set up well, flashes come in. Maybe not ready for this much utility. This amount is something they were not prepared for in the slightest, and you can see how much they get steamrolled because of it. Tags through the smoke, force Fozil back. And hell, if there are going to be individuals showing up, it seems like S-Fade and Height are the first two answering the call. As they drop into CT, you don't really want to let Fozil get away for free. It is only Kevlar, but it's still something bringing to the second round, so why let him have it?
Yeah, you're right. Didn't feel like they were ready for that at all, you know? Cross smoke's inevitable. Flash over the top, fine. But three of them? Maybe not. And especially that short molly. That was huge. Just cutting off any chance of that support that was needed to deny the plant when they were up on ramp. X5 hears him coming, sees him coming from a mile away, but has to fight his way out of this situation. Might actually take a couple to the grave with him. He'll do exactly that. He'll keep fighting, because why not? There's three! Make that four. Okay. That was a sight to behold, and maybe a bit of a confidence booster. And off the back of it, he's going to buy himself an M4. Screw it, why not?
Hey, if it works, it works. But I don't know how much I like this. I really don't know how much I like this. I feel like saving that money and then investing and op into the third round would have been, like, massively more beneficial, or not. X5 is going to literally walk up mid undetected.
Wow.
Dude, what is going on? What? This is the craziest round I've seen in a minute. This is like the Cold War's second round.
And now they're actually out top mid as well, and he can no longer sort of reface that. They don't have that control anymore. He's fully committed, so... Trying to take this fight in lower tunnels. His teammate doing the lifting there on the B site, though. So still the land advantage, and it doesn't come from the player that we were expecting it to.
In fact, the player we were expecting to do the damage just died on Cat. He was first blood for Team Space. But again, this damage is really starting to add up. 10 health total on Height and S-Fade. And that's why you see Danis not leaving. You know how low they are. If you can deal the killing blow to AW, which Shadow Advantage will give it away, then guess what? They're between hell and high water. And this might just be your round for the taking. Dude, are you serious? You gonna walk that? No, okay. Alright.
Yeah, they're not that crazy. Still kind of wild, though. Smoking short. Still the man advantage. Decent info on where they reside. Nice shot from height.
Cat.
Ooh. He's reacted. He's found the kill. And now, with the distraction in CT, and Fozel actually finishing off the man, Trunic can just stay tough.
This is so smart.
There's no time. This is cooked. And there it is.
I was gonna say, like, you either go up there and get that kill, or you just die after time. And now you gotta force. Well, I mean, you don't have to, but I think they've already made their decision.
Yikes. Yeah, that's a rough one to lose. And I mean, pressuring there, making sure you don't die after time is definitely important, but still, it's like the best of two horrible situations. That's ridiculous from height. I'm not sure if Vert's contested that or if he's just trying to get across, but either way, that's a cruel way to die.
And again, this series, man advantages have been crucial. But this is your chance to take it back, Fozel, and so he does. Collects the kill on the Scouter, damage on Smet. So they get about 1.5, maybe a little more with the nade onto the toes of S-Fade. And the Molly just barely not catching him. No, oh my god, dude! Guys, just put down the rifles.
It's these rounds right here that are actually sort of turning the tides, giving us the most exciting Counter-Strike. Danis might be able to recover things. He actually will. Big double still alive and kicking. Hardly taking a scrape as well. It will be X5 to take another. Fozel to finish. Team Space recover what was looking like actually quite a dicey and quite threatening round.
Yeah. Good on him. Good on him. It feels so rare that you see 2 kills like this happen in the middle of a round, and then everything just cuts, fades to black. And then you end up losing it. Kills like that are usually tide turners, and you gotta give it up to Team Space for not letting them run away with it. Having great reactions around the board. The thing that's so strong about Team Space right now is they're ready for something to go wrong. And I think that's a big difference. DMS, when something goes wrong, it cascades. It just snowballs and goes straight downhill. For Team Space, one thing goes wrong, it's whatever. Right? You just move on with your day.
Here we go. A third inevitable. Any damage that DMS can do, they'll be happy with, of course. Bomb working its way towards the B tunnels, where there is only one man that resides. It's got to be Vert to try and shut it down. There we go. It does have a reinforcement coming. I think they've sort of read this quite nicely. It'll be Fozel to do the lifting. Not a single point of damage dealt here. Yeah, despite losing the pistol, Team Space already off to a commanding start. Messy gunfight taking place in the tunnels. We don't get to see it, but you can hear it.
No, doesn't really matter. Killer 2 is whatever. You're already starting to build up quite the finance for yourself as a CT side. Especially with a gun easily dropped to X5 on Fozel. So, when you look around the board, everybody's sitting pretty. Hell, if you even really wanted to, and you wanted to, like, 3-man swap this, Danis could drop X5 as M4, Fozel could drop Danis the op, and we could really get this party started. You just wonder if that's where this is going. Nope, it's not.
Another scout. It's kind of rough, right? When you're just very lightly mismanaging that economy, right? finding yourself in a position where, you know, in the eco rounds, you just go that little too extra, you buy that deagle, whatever. Leaves you without the opportunity for the AWP. To be fair, he's been crisp with the scout in previous rounds, but he's got to do the same here. Spams through the smoke. Might merit another, should, as he emerges through it. But all takes a dink before landing that shot. So, whilst it's a 5-on-3, it's a 5-on-3 that does stand on thin ice. If Ozil can win this fight, then all of a sudden this becomes very plausible once again.
Yeah, a lot of these rounds have included a lot of low-health DMS players, and again, that's going to be the case. They don't even shift back away from long, so Team Space, again, get to take a full-on brawl into the A site. Timing this nade properly is pretty much everything, and if they pop it open right now, guess what? Flash is a dead man. That Molly's gonna force him back. Here comes that nade. This is exactly what they were waiting for, but it's just more damage. They can't put kills on the board. Still scaling up long, Kalash snuck his way into CT spawn. Bozel's head ripped off on a post, and Kalash will do it all himself. That was 1 kill away from being Team Space's round. The DMS hang on and show why this is their map pick.
Love that from Kalash as well. Saying, yeah, I know both my teammates are low. I've got to take matters into my own hands here, and he absolutely does so. Really, really crisp for both. Very important as well, as you say, if he dies there, it's a very different story. X5 down to just the 5-7, despite the fact that Team Space have taken 3 in a row. All of them come pretty close. It's hurt the money. 3 M4s and AWP around it, though, so they're not too strapped outside of the X5 bite. Not a lot of util to work with. A little bit deployed early, but now just left with 3 smokes and a HG. Spades Molly. Don't think landed where he wanted it to. I think it took a clip from the top of that archway.
And mistakes happen.
It's okay. No one was behind the door anyway, but...
What you gotta worry about here is, of course, Danis Sop. This isn't an uncommon angle. It should be flashed. Should. But is it going to? I actually don't know. And if this kill from Danis comes in, you might completely sidetrack the fact that somebody is in long. So Smet, certainly a kill that could go unnoticed, and there he falls. Danis full clears the doors, and now you know this is an A-side approach from only Cat, jumping down into CT, and backing his teammate up on the 5-7. X5 gives him a 2-man advantage. 30 seconds, and they've yet to scale into the site. There's still some flashes to try and keep them at bay for the time being as the rotations fly in, but they don't want to take this fight. Interestingly enough, makes you think, is there an extra game plan here? They just wait for the rotations. Well, I don't know if it matters much so far. Just a couple of HEs getting dunked on his head that don't amass very much. Kills still a requirement as Trunic taps away at another. Pop shines in, and this is looking flawless for Team Space. Height isn't even sticking around.
Yeah, he is high out of there, doesn't want anything to do with it, and yeah, that's so brilliantly played. You're putting the stress on Danis' AWP there. He actually misses the mark twice. His opening 2 shots don't connect, and I thought that was going to be majorly problematic, but it isn't. Trunic wins an important duel there on long. X5's 5-7 comes out from CT at the perfect moment, catches the man dropping down. An important thing to note there as well is actually his pathing up to ramp is more important to him than retrieving that rifle. So instead of shifting to the left and leaving himself vulnerable from maybe someone on the short corner, he actually still pushes up on that right-hand side, then joins his teammates. He doesn't have any further impact in the round. He doesn't find himself any more kills, but yeah, just like those sort of little micro plays. Yeah, works out beautifully for them. Break the money once again at DMS, who are, again, into a force here, but definitely one with contingencies. Oh, Trunic. Lucky to be alive.
I'm a little astonished, but he is... I don't think he's actually thinking about whether he's surprised or not. He's just happy to be alive. A lot of space, though. Forced space, and it's kind of hinging on the fact that DMS don't make a quick move out long, because they're clearing out these angles bit by bit. Duel in the lower tunnels soon to be taking place. And I don't know if they clear this corner. In fact, they don't. They're going to call this all clear. So now there's a big opportunity for, I think, Smet to try and attempt to flank in the late round. Actually, it might be S-Fade. Though, with the timing he's taking, it may be unimpactful. Op ready to swing from the big box. Misses a shot. I don't think they peek out through that smoke, but all hell's about to break loose. Love the angle. And they actually go through the CT smoke. What a shot, dude. Smet just won him that round unless Truna can say something back. 2 kills, sits inside 1 bullet, the name. He does end up landing at X5. Of course, he's going to attempt the clutch at long range. They give him a couple of opportunities. But, nah. Nah, he's just going to try to tuck himself away and pit him and Knife out probably into play, but...
He did have a couple of opportunities there, though, right? Top of the scalp, I think, of the planter was showing if it had moved a little further to the right. Gooseman vulnerable. But huge, huge work done from Smet. The double entry on the spray transfer, then the stray bullet through the smoke. Trunic had done a lot. And he'd done very well to stay alive for as long as he did as well. Just desperate to do so for long enough for X5 to come in on this flank and help him out, Pincer, but couldn't quite deliver it. DMS, keep the pressure applied. They're still on the back foot, but only marginally.
And they buy into it. So it's confidence from Team Spade. It doesn't matter what I am, but they're taking long with this. There's so many SMGs in play and they're fighting for long. It's a risk. But they don't actually get penalized for it.
This is a bit of a wild buy here, to be honest, on the CT side. No one willing to let up, and Eco, though, allow their opponents to sort of take the reins, extend any lead any further. Double defense here towards B. Of course, no AWPs. They can't really contest middle too aggressively here, especially with Vert on that UMP. It's such a contingency. Such a weak link in the chain. Need to make sure they put it in the best position possible to do some damage. DMS are running down this clock, to be fair. Putting pressure on themselves with 50 seconds left to tick. Still a lot of util to work with, but they are definitely making this harder on themselves here.
They are, and they're not leaving themselves a lot of time and room for error. Now do they expect the crossfire? They might. Dennis, this isn't the first time somebody's been here, but it is the first time they kept the second person here. 24 seconds, and the bomb is stuck in long doors, mullying out pit. They know what they've got to do to try and escort this bomb into the site, and if this shot is hit by Dennis, round is done, but they steal it back. Smoke on the cross. It's all up to a spam. One that they land. Time ticking. 9 seconds. They cross back in. And I think they just barely got it in the nick of time. X5 was hoping he wouldn't have to fight for this, but now, sun's out, guns out. And it's time to put him away. The Force Spy dream doesn't work by a hairpin.
Wow. Comes way too close for comfort. You absolutely cannot come away from that round with a smile on your face, more a sigh of relief. But it does a lot for them. It allows them to tie up the scoreline. It will allow them to take the lead here as well, as they're just up against the Eco. Yeah, definitely a little too close for comfort. Damage control important now, going into the final couple of rounds of the half. Economy's not booming for the T side, so if they can hold on to these rifles, they'll be feeling happy about it. Eagle.
This is gonna hurt.
Should.
You know, I'm starting to think Team Space are really struggling with, like, late round A holding. It's not even just one prong at either. It's not just like, oh, you know, they're losing long in the late round, they're losing cat in the late round. It's kind of both. Usually when you see CTs have, like, really good control over Cat or Long, it makes it very difficult to take and then therefore hold the A site. But here, Team Space have battled well for one of those spots in each one of these rounds. In fact, here, again, they have full and comfortable control of Cat, but there isn't anything to be said. This is an eco, so it's quite the dramatic example, but in a lot of the rifles, it still kind of follows the same order of operations. Maybe you get a kill or two sprinkled into the mix, and yeah, maybe you find yourselves in a 3-on-3, but I don't think I can remember the last time they had control of one of those two areas and then subsequently won the round on an A take.
Yeah, you're onto something here. Feels like, you know, you've either got a player in Long who's sat towards pit, maybe finds the late lurker out of Long, but by that point, short's already been lost and the round's gone with it, or vice versa. DMS looking like a very, very good T side from them, and well on track to actually win out this half. Team Space, who were absolute superstars on their CT side on Nuke, a theme that I thought would continue here into Dust 2. Looking a little lost, looking really challenged here at the very least. Vert struggling to have any impact. He sat 1 and 7. Now, to be fair to him, he's the B player, and it very much has felt like he has had no action whatsoever. But things still tricky, and maybe the question to be asked of players elsewhere. They're left short and middle, completely open for business again. They've gone for a hard commitment of 2 on B, despite zero presence there in so many of these rounds. But I like that aggressive prod from Danis. That's big.
I feel like that's the change from Team Space. It's actually taking another step forward to lighten the workload of the players out Long, so you don't have to commit as hard. But now, what do they do with that information? We see a late round rotation. You've got Danis going all the way into CT spawn, but it's time consuming, man. There's a long window of opportunity here where DMS could have moved in. They don't. So there's where smoke, maybe see if he can't find a hole in it as Fade tapped through. Danis, not even vision on the player, just a feeling.
Yeah, that is sick. Looked like he had a little gap on the left, and then he realised, yeah, I can't see anything through this. So, yeah, just the spams. I'm surprised as Fade sort of committed the way that he did. Trying to stay sneaky, trying to stay incognito. Molly onto sight, Molly into Goose. Should flush out X5, and he's done well to go 1 for 1. Keeps the numbers in their favour, and by 2 as well. So, Aura and Height with a tall order in this post plant to try and clutch this up. But the Orp's got the right idea. Fozo's read this like a book. Oh my goodness.
You gotta get this kill. You gotta get this kill, though. I mean, he's suspicious of this flank, and if you don't get this frag, the round turns on its head. Thankfully, timing favors him, and Awe is not coming out of that one on top. So Team Space, they hang on and at least tie us up at 5-5, but DMS are still sticking it to him in these rounds.
There's a question that I'm sort of asking myself here. Did Fozo hear the scope from Orr, right? Because he'd scoped in prior. It wasn't like he scoped on the short corner. He'd scoped in prior and walked down short, down the stairs. Fozo was very aware that the AWP was on the angle, and he had the perfect timing as he came off of it. So either that is like unbelievable game sense and a brilliant read, or he did hear a sound cue. I'm not sure, but either way,
probably
played to perfection. Ties it up 5 apiece, and the T side back onto a buy into the reserve cache to pull out these rifles. If this doesn't go their way, and the final round of the half might come with Galils and SMGs, we'll see, but opening pick definitely makes things a little easier. It has, yeah. Oh. I think it's a server crash.
We're back. We're good. It seems we've missed a round in DMS's favor. So, back in the lead they go. Couldn't tell you what happened, but hop, skip, and a jump, we're here. So, take that as you will. And DMS are taking the wins as they come, because they're just outplaying Team Space in a lot of these rounds. It's quite the inverse, where now it kind of feels like Team Space are only getting rounds that DMS offer up to them. There's another big round coming through. Trades very labored, few and far between, as two of these sites are split like islands. And the only way you're winning this is if X5 gets, like, some monstrous multi-kill with an XM10, which, you know what? He's in the right spot for it, and he's in the perfect place. It's just about what can he do. XM eats away at one, and now they take their steps a little more cautiously, eventually making their way through the tons with only a little bit of extra damage on them. And now it looks like we're all set in stone. Yeah, Smat, before I can even think about what's really going on, just closes out the round and gives DMS the 7-5 this time round.
Alrighty, well, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's the scoreline that we saw in the first map, the other way around, but it just feels like TMS have got so much more equity in this. You know, they've actually had some really promising rounds. Team Space have left some serious question marks that kind of need to be answered here going into their T side, just around their cohesion and the way that they are actually playing Dust 2, especially towards this A bomb side. Now, the T side's a very different kettle of fish, and I think a lot of people do favour their T side here on Dust 2 as well. Statistically, it's not necessarily the case, but you know, it is one of the more balanced maps. Sending it up long on the pistol is a strat as old as time. And as they will take contact, we will see a rotation back the other way. So, yeah, they breach into pit, but they won't go any further.
I almost want to say this is a needed pistol for Team Space. They have just felt kind of soulless in this game, and looks like Dennis is ready to breathe life back into him. Also, just realized, he's 14-8, so a life game again, mind you. This time around, it just seems he'll need more of a team effort if they want to close this out in the long run. And again, there's that molly, dude. Like, every round.
Yeah, it's worked again. In their favour, an important one for Team Space to pick up as well, just to keep some pressure applied here and stay relevant on Dust 2. MR12, things can get out of hand very quickly, and we saw that on Nuke, to be honest. It went from being a very contentious game to finished very quickly. A shot from Drunic. This round's already done, playing for the exit frags and having no success with it. It's a bit of a bizarre approach, to be honest, with DMS. It's like, they're not really saving anything here. If they want to commit to a save and say, yeah, look, we want to save our untouched Kevlar so we can force around it in the next, then do that, right? But in going for the exits, they sort of give up any opportunity at winning the round in the 4v3. And, yeah, don't really get anything as a result of it either. But Julies and Kevlar carry through. And a 6th on the board for Team Space. They should be able to tie this up at 7 apiece. But DMS have gone for the force buy around those save pistols.
Regardless of what they do. You can tell, man, DMS are just keeping it cutthroat. I like it, man. I like the almost, I don't want to call it disrespect, because it's not. That's not what it is. But it feels like they're not scared, as they shouldn't be. And that's what's so good about this from DMS. That's what gives you hope for this game. But I wonder, did they just save their gun? I think they are, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't even gonna bother going back in for a refight.
Yeah, I mean they're not touching this, but this is quite bizarre, right? You sort of take those opening duels. If they go in your favor, then great, you play for the round. If you go one man down, then that's it. You give it up. Trunic 16 HP. This was winnable had they pulled the trigger earlier. But yeah. I guess B site. Tricky to retake. They don't have util. They don't have a kit. In hindsight, is absolutely the right call to make here to save. But yeah, it's a similar theme to what we saw on Nuke, where in many of these scenarios that are sort of arguably winnable, they are taking the far more defensive approach to it. And It didn't work for them first time around. Let's see if it can do here, as things are tied up at 7 apiece.
And I don't know how long that's going to stay the case. Well, you know, I was originally going to poise Team Space to say, yeah, this should be their round, but looking at it again, you got 3 rifles, like, capable of doing pretty good damage, and they've just left an isolation out long. The damage on height, flashing him again, but again, it's an MP9 at long range. I don't know how much I like that idea, and it could cost Team Space big time. Like, you know this is coming up, Cap Trunic, all the way up in front of his teammates. The spacing is not sublime, and that's another kill given away. This is a mess. Team Space all over the place.
Oh, what a
Ozil gotta bail him out.
horrible round to lose.
Oh!
Fozil recovers the sinking ship. Surely not. 5v2. And now they've got the advantage.
They're given time to plant. And look at where the scout is going, all the way around through long. It's planted in one of the hardest spots to stop. Oh, and that's a big kill, too. Vert stepping up when needed. Now all up to Kalash. Shifting in from CT spawn. Spotted is the head. As you just try to tuck behind this box. Don't give him the opportunity for an isolated kill. Kill time as well. Or just take him yourself. Team Space, a 5-on-2. Pulled back from nowhere. When I said disadvantages were important in this game, forget it.
Jeez. I mean, if you're DMS, it's important to stay optimistic there, right? That is a very good round, all things considered. With what they had to work with, the fact that they found 3 kills there is still very, very good. But, yeah, I mean, 5v2, that probably should have been theirs. 3 swinging ramp. Giving yourselves to Fozil on a silver platter. Team Space made a major mistake, and the fact they get away with it is just ridiculous. And it could really make or break this game. We've been on such thin margins here on Dust 2. Very few rounds like that where you say, really, that should have gone the other way. Plagues you think about it afterwards.
Well, hey, there's an HE in the mix. Placed well. Could be chunky. Wait, he never actually throws it. Nice shot from height, though. Perfect lineup. Just as they lined up for him. Wait, no, they don't know somebody's at the back of the site. Still spotted late. But spotted is better than never, I suppose. No, stuck in another disadvantage without a lot to really help their cause here. And they're still so blind. The USP pulled, but X5 ends the chicanery. Screw a tons reroute instead. They're just going to take what they've got. Oh, height. They know close. Trunic wants this kill. You can tell. Shot missed. And they're going to take one with him. Trunic spins around and puts it into a 1-on-2. Knows the tons flank is coming in. I said somebody had to step up beside Dennis. And who does it? It's Trunic.
Yeah, it feels like everyone's stepping up to the plate. Last round, it was Fozil with a sick 3K. This tops it, though, for sure. That is gorgeous. And the second that Hype pulled the trigger, missed that AWP shot, he knew he was dead to rights. He backs up into the flames. It's the adjustment on the second and the awareness for the third. Trunic, you demon. That's surely a one-way ticket onto 10. Double digits here for Team Space. And back-to-back rounds that really they had no business in winning. A 5v2 and a 4v2. They scoop it back up. Of absolutely nothing. It's so sick.
Oh, wow. AW, what a bold move to make, dude. High risk, high reward. So long as things go his way inside of this smoke. And this is not an angle you're looking at. Not in a million years, bro. But that one, maybe there you might look at it. But it was more of a reaction than anything. Yeah. Seems like the curtain's been pulled over their eyes. So I think we're pretty tame now for DMS. Maybe an extra kill comes through. I mean, I don't know how much this USP can realistically do from the angle, but I tried to give him some hope.
Smack with a 5-7 in Kevlar might actually want to carry this into the next, so won't entertain the idea of retaking the site, but has his own problems coming his way. Pressure in from Trunik's rifle. Danis in behind as well.
This is crazy. It's a
No
5-7. All right,
Wow.
bro. We get it. We get it, man.
He just got
You
fully
don't want
swatted.
him living.
They're on buy anyway. It's crazy.
That was crazy ones.
Oh yeah. I'm not entertaining it. I'm sorry.
No, man. Whatever. Nerd. Anyway. Big fight to be taken along. Molly's flashes nades. But nobody actually comes out the clear-cut victor until the double swing comes in. You can tell they want this trade. X5 wants more than one. Smells blood in the water and knows when he sees it. Up on Cat. Crucial miss. Back in for the repeat height. Makes up for it. Fade's still stuck, though, and he's not getting out of this one.
Okay. So evens out into a 3-on-3, or for the cross. Third smoke's kind of wild. Adds a spanner to this one. Trunik, I think, has got a little gap to work with, but, you know, slowing them down enough that Kalash's flank could actually have some real weight behind it. Arm spotted. Doesn't pull the
Oh, they
trigger.
both spotted him.
Trunik.
No!
Oh!
Oh my god, wait, did they see the second one in CT? I actually don't know if they did. And they aren't gonna detect this flank ever. I don't think. Maybe.
Oh,
Dennis
maybe.
turns around, he's jiggling it, he has the right idea, but not the right execution. Kills don't either come through as well. This is a round that is just brute forced from DMS. So much info for Team Space.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, they had the right idea. They did actually read the flank, just, you know, couldn't hit the shot. So unfortunate that the trigger wasn't pulled on the short play. You see the arm, you think, look, do I try and sneak to the site? Do I actually try and take this duel? Reality is, didn't have the info on the CT player like we thought he did. He did catch a glimpse of it, but you know, different resolutions, whether or not he reacts. Very different story. Clash getting quite aggressive here towards the B turns. Might try and take an early fight with Fozil. That's a good idea that he's crossed as well. Oh wow, this is very aggressive.
I don't think Foes will live this. I don't think there's any world Foes will live. Well, it is a nasty hump angle. Flashman again. They aren't. And do you know about a second person? Maybe you do, or you will now with him running away. Oh, he's gone for these repeats the whole time. He's not scared, and he's shown it. Gonna eat that nade, though. This time you're not getting away scot-free. But not as bad as it could have been as they try to take control in middle. I don't know if they heard the scope, though. That's important. If they're trying to play against the op, they won't actually know this. And so far, they're not smoking CT either. What? This is a bold risk.
I don't think they're going to expect two here on B as well.
They just back turns to CT walked up. That's insane. They still don't clear the boost. It's 1-for-1 trading. You're right. They might not expect the off, but how much are you gonna get away with for free? Well, there's the 1 second flick. Now the jig is up, but you got a man advantage. And Fozil, do you dare take a third 1v1? The flash misses and continues to crouch up and down and up and down, but down he goes. And up goes the bomb plant. And they don't know about Trunik's angle in mid as Fade. He'll clear it haphazardly, albeit, and you know Smets and CT spawn. Love this. Just get out of dodge. Let him have that honest-to-God 1v2 and B.
He's heard him falling back, so he knows that he perhaps doesn't have to worry about his flank, but this is such a difficult retake, and I think he's just going to cut his losses. Let this one go the other way. Let Team Space make it 11. That's so well played. And the recovery, just incredible. A 3-man stack on the B site. Team Space weren't necessarily anticipating it, but they play off each other well. The call to not smoke CT, it's ballsy, but it pays off. And Trunik might even catch him on the hunt. No, doesn't commit. Might see him now. There it is. Get your gun out. Oh, a little bit of a whiff from Smet. Does find it eventually. Does get away with his life as well, but 11 rounds for Team Space. The danger zone.
Buying. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Make or break time.
This is it. Like, you lose this, the series might just go with it. I think what's important for DMS is recognizing when this round is lost, if it is lost. If you lose 2 players instantly, you might want to just motion into a save.
Yeah, they kind of have to. As I say, if They lose this round and they lose all their men, they lose all those weapons, then it surely is GG. But it does mean, are you playing for the round win? Are you doing whatever it takes, or are you playing on that very passive approach where, yeah, you lose the early advantage, maybe you lose a bomb site, you don't want to go for the retake, you don't want to play for those trades. Is it first blood or no blood? Wait and see. Hype with his sniper. Integral piece of the puzzle, and he will find the first. Make that a second as well, that's it.
What? Height. Stands on his ground as he's shown before. I mean, that's the bomb. And when I said 2 kills and the round is over, I think that goes both ways. Team Space. How do you recover this? I don't think this angle is blocked by the basic C. Oh, definitely blocked by that one. Never mind, my fault. Oh, Nate!
Surely not. Ooh.
Oh my god, dude! Wait, that's a big kill back. There's still actually only one person it be. They're all over the place right now. This is weird, because you've got a player in Sui, you've got Dennis, not to be spotted by this in the mid doors. Bozo.
Look at Smet's position, though. He's in the T spawn right now. And had he had better timing...
What do you do with it, though?
Yeah,
like,
had he had better timing, he could have caught the mid player. But yeah, there's nothing he can do here. He actually just goes back to B tons.
Wait, the bomb is going in. What is this? What is going on? The round's done. Round is already done. Man, this was... I can't even put it into words. This is just a disaster. And they might even drop this off, too. Yeah, that's after time. I don't even... I don't know what the idea was there from Team Space. Because you had Dennis lurking mid. You had somebody going long. You had the bomb on a potential mid to B rotation. Like, you still killed one of the B players. I just don't like it because there wasn't an idea there. Nobody was on the same page there from Team Space.
And it cost them... It actually cost them more than the round as well, with Dennis dying after time. That is brutal. But yeah, I think it just completely throws you off when you lose the early 2-man advantage, you feed the sniper, you lose the bomb mid-doors as well. Height is on something else in these last couple of rounds. Desperate to claw his team back into this one, not willing to give up this series so easily. And a man advantage, okay, albeit against a half-buy, but still a very, very important round to convert. Team Space up short.
Yeah, but the op is just biting him off one by one. Another one bites the dust, so it seems, though. This should be a bomb plant. Tee him up for future success. Again, this is one of those rounds we're not really expecting to win, but bomb plant's nice. Couple of kills, not too shabby. Know where everybody is. Oh, you know, why was I a little worried?
Yeah, to be honest, if he hits that short headshot, yeah, all of a sudden, I actually fancy his chances there. Swap back to the rifle. Take the head angle up ramp. Maybe a world. But, yeah, to be honest, given the buy that they had, 2 kills, a plant, not too bad at all.
No. Round ends about the way you would expect.
Yeah, there we go.
I
mean, they were grabbing a bit of util, right? But then they were all just stood still. I think they might be calling a pause. Because all's not moving. Yeah, there it is. Ah. Okay.
It seems you were right.
Art of deduction.
You should be a lawyer.
You reckon?
Sniffing out clues like that.
I hate to say it.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd be a terrible lawyer. I'm incredibly argumentative, so maybe not as bad as I think, but...
I'd be a terrible lawyer, not because I'm argumentative, but because I'm argumentative about the wrong things. I just, like, if I was ever winning a case, whether I'm a defense attorney or a prosecutor, I would lose because they would say Arby's is good fast food, and then I would be sidetracked for the rest of the court case.
Yeah, that'd be it. Focus lost. They're in your head.
It's GG. Yeah. It's GG.
No, I feel you. And I've never even had an Arby's.
Good.
I'm
I
not
don't-
missing out.
You should say that with pride.
All right. I'll keep it that way. You know, we're getting all of that stuff in the UK, though. Not Arby's, but like the last couple of months, or I say couple of months, last couple of years, we've had Taco Bells, we've had
Popeyes.
Wendy's, Popeyes. Yeah, we're getting it
You
all.
didn't have Wendy's?
Yeah. One opened not far from me. Yeah, a couple of months ago. Yeah, crazy, right?
I was crazy. Never mind. I think my favorite fast food is Sonic. What about Jangles? Oh my, man.
Yeah,
So
so you're
much good
speaking
fast
another
food in the
language
US.
here, man. But you Americans are the best at it, for sure.
I mean, I feel like that's an insult, but be happy
Take it
that
as
you
you
don't have
will.
Arby's.
I don't know. I wish we had Denny's. Denny's is good. I wish we had Denny's.
You want Waffle House?
Yeah, all that, I guess. But again, I don't
Dude.
think, I'm not sure I've ever had it, but I've
Denny's.
heard good things.
Denny's is chill. Denny's is chill. But I drove to Georgia. It's like 14 hours away. When I was there, I had Waffle House for the first time, and that was probably the best waffle I've ever eaten. It's in the name, right? So I'd hope.
Yeah.
But
Fair play.
having that waffle at 3 a.m. for like $2.50. Nah, give me Waffle House, please. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I'll try. I'm gonna come and do a frag soon, so you know, I'm there. I'll try them all, but not Arby's apparently.
I'll give you a list that doesn't include Arby's.
Okay, thanks, man.
Well, back to Long Control Ghost Team Space. This is something that they shared as a commonality of their TNCT side. They do favor Long. And a lot of their rounds they've, come up with have been thanks to their somewhat control over the area. But avoiding height is probably the next best thing, and they can't seem to do that.
Alrighty, well. A big pick once again from Height. It's actually the third round in a row that he's found the opening man advantage here in middle with his AWP. It has so much weight behind it. Incendiary goes down. HG to follow, but falls on deaf ears. Molly's back the other way. We'll send all back in, but he's not going to drop. Now he will. Trunic needs to go big. Transfer! What?
Oh, wow!
And here comes the initiation from Sean as well. Oh no, it all tumbles.
I was so scared they were just going to back away from the A side. After that, you can't. You were just gifted the round. Trunic.
What is that transfer?
I mean, Dennis is slowed down. Somebody needed to pick it up. What a way to get that point.
Wow.
What a way.
You were bang on the money before as well. Dennis going nuclear on Nuke, but the other pieces needed to step up here on Dust 2. The stars aligned for them to do so. It's a map that panders to it, but yeah, we got Trunic having moments of brilliance. He's breached the 20 mark. Fozil up there with him as well. That having a bit of a slowdown at the office, but that's okay. He's allowed it. Flash and Height hit, despite Height's heroics, despite everything he's done in these last couple. Team Space will hit map and series point and have 2 chances to close it. They won't be safe from Height Sniper. It will still be carried into the next. But they're going to be feeling good about this. They're going to be feeling confident to close it.
At least you'd think. But there is still one tiny quirk in the mix. And his name is Height. That op is not a write-off. And earlier, you and I, we saw the Aurora Youngblood game, where their CT side consisted of having their op pretty much on one site, not stagnant, very, very static. Here it's the inverse. You never know where he's going to be, but they continue to take their duels out long and win them with flying colors. Now, as Spade sits in cart, posts up. Oh my god, what a bold angle from Height. What a bold angle, and again, how can you expect that? Why the hell would an opper play there? And why the hell would a second person be here unannounced to them? Trigger discipline, Flash comes in, trade is late, and it's all up to Bert. Said we haven't heard from him. Said he's one of the people we do need to see from in this series. The They need themselves and tap inside of the smoke. He does not say die. Jumps on the boxes, makes a bold call to action, and he's going to walk straight into the scope of, you guessed it, height.
Wow, wow, wow. Team Space call, that doesn't answer. Instead, Height's on the other end of the phone. Another double kill on that AWP. The last 4 rounds have been so impactful from him. Keeping DMS alive, and, well, it's looking like they might just be able to take this to overtime as well. Round number 24 does not come with all the bells and whistles here for the T's. It's 3 Mag-10s, 2 AKs, and maybe a change of pace to come as a result of it. Smoke on the molly. Are they just sending it into B? It seems to be the game plan, but, oh, well, right into the blender. Yeah, no luck there. And night-night, my friends. We're going to OT.
Regulation, not enough. And that means we'll get a taste of the CT side from Team Space again. But now, we got that with Height sizzling. We've got that with Dennis not showing up to the plate. Success has been stagnant in the late round for Team Space, whether it's fast, slow, or in the middle. He just cannot seem to get away from Height. He's suffocating.
And you know, this gets so much harder for Team Space here too, because not only have DMS got the momentum, but Team Space were just looking for that one round, you know? It's like they were so close for so long. They're looking for one round to get onto map point. They're looking for one round just to close it. They couldn't do so. Now they need to find 4. But a good start here from X5. Entry out onto long, transfers onto the corner. Expects there to be another there. There is, but he's fallen right back. It says fade into CT. Molly on cut. The man advantage. This is looking good for Team Space, and yeah, that change of pace does them some favours. Fozo should have a freebie here as well, timing everything, and there it is. Crutches down.
Hayes' lock coming through in full shining effect. He who gives away map point shall win the first round. Etch it in stone to make it real.
Well. A much better round. Not sure where that was from Team Space. In the last few of regulation, we only needed one of those. That would have done the trick. Quick tactical pause here from DMS. Yeah, working out what went wrong there, because it felt like just about everything did.
Gonna say, I don't know if I could exactly pinpoint one thing. I don't know if I could summarize this in 30 seconds. But they're gonna have to figure that out. That's on them, not me. But I would be taken aback if somebody is missing util in this. Okay. For a moment, I saw S fade with, like, no weapon, no util, and, like, 2.8k. I said, how did you get this low? It's been one round. Well, we're good. Now, the question is, can you deal with height again?
Yeah. It's a scary prospect.
Oh!
Desperately close, but into lower tunnels.
Dude,
He does it
how?
again. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. He's unplayable right now. And this smoke as well is going to hurt them as they come out. Perhaps? No. Still holding the fort. Dan is back with another. And that secondary smoke will hit the mark. But a 4v2. And a round that was so successful in the last cannot be repeated. Looks like we're going to tie up at 13 apiece.
Unless something bold happens. I mean, there's not really any point for Team Space to save here. Like, there is 0 point. So, I'd imagine their first course of action is maybe hoping that height jiggles a bit too far in the mid doors. Taking care of that opper kind of lightens the workload for the remainder of this round. Remember, they've gone with a 2B hold this whole game. So, maybe that's what they're looking into. You smoke mid to B, you deal with the opper. You're at a 1-2 at B. And the round could come into your lap, but they've rerouted to A again. They love this site.
They've had mixed success with it. The one saving grace is they got the bomb on their back and they've got a little bit of time to work with. Smoke here to give him safe passage out. Fozil's going to drop, expects to take a fight there on Car. No one's home. Much deeper and long. And the author will be dealt. As all doubles up. And no chance for Team Space as DMS keep it nice and tidy. 4 alive as they go into the final of the first half here of Overtime 1. With the prospects of trying to take the lead.
You know, they had a really cool idea there. It's just, what are you really going to do in a 2-on-4?
Yeah, I feel you.
So, unlucky, but you move on. Into the last of the first we go. Struggling T side. Really trying to string something together toward the butt end of this game. And they finally do a different site to hit. They target B, which right now only has 1 man in residence. And Oz, the closest assister nearby in the lower tons, maybe even considering walking up into them. As soon as the smoke fades, all hell breaks loose. Kalash, he gets 2. You might be SOL for the round.
It's a lot of weight on his shoulders, though. You're right. As soon as this trigger's pulled, there's a lot he needs to do. Turns the first flash, blinded by the second. They'll entry out, but he's still alive. They've not cleared it. 1 for 1, maybe not enough, but all's there from the flank to take another. Trade it again. So into the 3-on-3, and the retake, not easy here for the CT side, especially not with that AWP. But they've all got kits, there's a bit of util to work with, and of course no time to save. It's the final of a half, so they'll have a crack at it. But which way does it lean? Great Molly will slow things down further.
Again, no reason not to go for it, but I don't know if you expect 2 players to come through from the tons, and that's really what's going to get him at the end of the day. Timing matters the most. Still haven't seen hype, but you know now with the rifle and op shooting off shots, so good knowledge, good whereabouts to keep an eye on. And I was going to say, that's a little far back for S-Fade to have too big of an impact. Just jumping into car. Oh, never mind. What is going on?
Oh.
My guy?
What a way to end it as well.
What a head scratcher. Like, it's just...
Kind of wild.
Even if Height found that kill, runs out, insta-kills the car guy, I'm pretty sure there's just no time.
Yeah, I mean, they hit a point where it's like, he's waiting for someone to peek him. Nobody does, and it's like, look, we've lost the round. I'm not playing for my KD. I'll fly out. I'll do something stupid. This one's cooked, and yeah, they leave that one on the burner for too long there, right? Completely timed themselves out. 14-13, Team Space. Despite looking weak towards the tail end of regulation, they come in hot to overtime.
Well, CT side of Team Space is where we saw the most resilience from them in the beginning anyhow. And it kind of looked like toward the tail end, they started to piece some new ideas together that made it a little easier to find future success. You wonder, does that carry over now? So far, kinda. Again, back to where they like to go, long. With the op posted on Catwalk, there is a big vacancy in mid that DMS are exploring right now. Only question is, what's the response from Team Space?
Still got the numbers. But yeah, a lot of mid control given up, and with X5 just in the CT spawn, he's still holding to the potential of a mid-B split. Still could be a threat. What is that space smoking here? Okay, alright. No? He's gonna throw it. Is he gonna throw it?
We
I'm
have
not
no
sure.
idea, bro.
Yeah, he's
pull the
taking
pin,
over.
man. What? The worst, is that a smoke on Vert? No, that's a flash. Okay, I was gonna say, if that was still a smoke on Vert, having that with 40 seconds left would have been huge. Oh, but they've got an aid. They got an aid, and what they don't have is time to wait this out. Free kill, bomb dropped in the center of mid. Time running thin, and at this point, I wonder if X5 is... Wait, is there another
nade?
There's another nade! There's another nade! As Fade's crossed over. Gotta go back out through it. How do you drop him, though? How do you do anything here? If you're X5, it's just spam. Kills not coming through. Lining up again. The bomb is dropped, and there comes X5 through CT. 12 seconds to go. Can they get it in time? They do. In the very, very last second. Shot hit by Dennis. It's a one-on-one, and they've gotten into the site. Burning in the molly as he dances through it to try and catch him on the crossback. Held.
Oh, wow.
Hits the shot again, and Dennis, quiet for the full second half. In overtime, he's shining again.
That is unbelievable. So sick. I mean, At the end of the day, DMS, maybe not expecting so much presence there on that B-bomb site, but that is unreal. The double nade in CT as well is just brilliant. A huge mistake for the bomb to go first. It felt like they were chasing their tails the entire time, right? Had they have been able to get that C4 onto the B-bomb site 15, 20 seconds earlier, would have been a very different affair, but constantly they were playing catch-up, trying to retrieve that bomb. And now they find themselves in a very familiar situation. 2 map points here, 2 series points for Team Space. DMS on the back foot. Have to take both to extend this further. Space are now fired up. They got a bit of momentum behind them.
Oh, they haven't done this once. They've gone in lower tons, but they haven't gone this far up. S-fade. Almost baited straight into the crosshair. But no, gets away. The early warning is enough to scare him
as well.
off. True.
They've completely given up B. Look at this.
Wow. Wow, bro. They're staying. They're staying off of B. That is insane. It's gonna work.
It's a good
It's
read.
gonna work. You can't ask for a better read, really. I almost want to say, if you end up losing this round, I almost want to say we end up going to another overtime. No way, no way. They're gonna give it to Hyde again.
Oh.
Again and again, they lock into his scope. It hasn't worked. And they keep trying it, running it back. 3 on 4. They try to inch it back through. The plant's going down. The spam is in. The kill come behind it. But they do get the plant. Boost doesn't work either. Hyde is doing everything. It's a dink through the wall, but still a 3 on 2.
Nice shot from Fozil. Actually keeps this plausible 2v2, and I'm not sure he spotted the head. He hasn't reacted to it. Needs to be a quick flick, and he can't deliver. And Hyde might just be good for 4. There it is. Single-handedly taking that round by the reins. And one that really they had no business in winning. Team Space had the perfect read. They had every man on that A-bomb site. But they kept feeding the beast. And Hyde's hungry, and he'll keep on munching.
At some point, you gotta give it up, right? At some point, you've just got to hold the L. That is the 4th time in the past 8 rounds that Hyde gets a kill and then gets a repeat. No flash, nothing.
Yeah, you can't keep giving it
he's
to
on
him.
a heater. He's on a heater.
Well, it's do or die hit for DMS, of course. I fear for Team Space, though, right? This is obviously got to be a bit of deja vu for them, and if they can't deliver, then do we find ourselves here again? I'm not sure. Again, they'll peek into Hyde. This time he misses the mark. Millimeters away. But that could be the crucial kill that makes the difference.
I wonder, does Fozil know somebody could have picked up this op? Is he going to bother going in for this repeat? He's flirting with the idea. But eventually snaps into his senses and snaps away. A minute gone, and maybe only a minute left in the tenure for the 2-0 hopes of DMS. Remember, there is a secondary op in play once more, and they're going to know that considering Danis wasn't the one wielding. Good flash. Perfectly timed, even though the shot was timed well with it. Doesn't land, doesn't hit home. And they took long again. So Danis' post on Cat is everything right now.
Look at this. All 4 stacked up in a corner. Have to pull the trigger here. Smoke out on short. Do or die. Missed off shot gives them a bit of space, but Danis won't allow the second to strike twice. In fact, he'll deliver 2. But Smet with the trades might have kept this plausible. There it is. Surely not.
Not again. Not again. Don't tell me they do it again. Post it up. You have got to be kidding. It's X5 in a 1v2. 48 health combined. They stack up together. They've both been detected. Spotted. X5 go on the long wall. You can't get them both. It's double overtime or bust.
Wow, wow, wow. Smet with a single point of health as well to take a double. And DMS in a round that after taking the early disadvantage, it felt cooked. to then lose another man on the entry out onto the A-bomb site. In fact, 2 men on the entry out onto the A-bomb site. There was no way. And somehow they still recover it. And double OT we go, Team Space. They've got to be the ones feeling hard done by here. That's the problem. When you think about the mental game, and it really comes down to this. It boils down to mentality and confidence when you get this deep into a map. They've got to be feeling sore about this. They've had so many opportunities to close. 4 series points now.
I mean, at this point, I'd almost be upset if we don't get a map 3, because DMS have earned it. They've been the better team this half. In overtime, in regulation, and you can't take that away from them. You can take this B take away from them because they don't ever clear cars. Sitting in the molly, burning first! Pulls out the sidearm and buys time. The 2-on-4 as another advantage explodes in the face of Team Space. And once more, they had 2 chances to close this series out. One of the most miraculous gambles / reads you're gonna get in this game. But in secondary overtime, once more, they find their groove.
They get a little shy when people are watching. Second they hit that point, can't seem to close it. As soon as they get beyond that, they're back to their winning ways. Height hasn't had his opportunities in this round. You know, it's OT, you've got max money, but it still makes sense to save this AWP, I feel. Especially considering it's actually not max money, it's 12.5k, so yeah. If you're the AWPer, it can very quickly deplete, unfortunately for him. Doesn't slip the net. Trunic catches him on the cross to short and Team Space will put their first on the board and do so in quite a clean fashion as well. 4 players staying alive, so yeah, not too bad at all. Now there's 3 HEs on the floor, and this begs a question for me. Remember when CT was smoked? And he naded the smoke, and then he naded it again. I think they deliberately leave them here exactly for that, and it's insane. I can't believe it.
Well, I mean, you could, in theory, have 5 pieces of utility per game. Oh, God. Oh, God. What an angle from Fozol, and what a way to counter it. Double flash! The only reason Fozol got away there is because they accidentally team flashed.
And he still posted on it as well.
Love it.
Giving it up completely. A Spade knows that there could be a threat. A good
Gotta get out now.
Very aware of this. You know, I think Height might have seen him cross into lowers. Because they were way too aware of that plight. They dealt with it nicely, and Height will put him out of his misery.
God.
He's doing everything right now.
Stop. He doesn't stop, man. Like, it's weird, because Fozol's only got 2 kills off him. But it feels night and day between the 2.
Yeah, Height is having such huge impact. And it's the fact that, like, he wasn't having a bad game before, but it was in, like, the last 5 rounds of regulation that he really locked in. And that's continued into overtime. It's the most impactful rounds of the game, and stepping up to the plate. Fozol right now, though, could line up 2. Instead, just the single turns. The flash gets back on the angle, but Height's just quicker.
How do you stop him? Like, how? Because what I've really liked about watching this DMS team shift in the past few rounds, few halves, whatever, is that we're seeing a clear change from what was initially just kind of like spread out, divide and conquer, to, all right, we're going somewhere. Hi, you could come on over here. Come on over here. Come get this kill first. Because you can't avoid him. You can maybe find 1 isolation or so around, but you can't win rounds anymore off of methodically plucking players apart and then dealing with Height. You gotta do it now.
Yeah, he is causing such huge problems. If, you know, the 1 round that we saw them actually pick him off at the very start of it, that was the final of that last overtime. I thought that was going to be it, right? And it looked like that was going to be the case. It was just pure heroics to get it over the line at the end, and incredible work from Smet, to be quite frank. But Yeah, if you don't win that duel in middle early on, if you don't take him out of the equation straight away, you can bet your bottom dollar he's going to find himself a couple of kills and deal a whole load of pain. Those triple nades dropped again in CT Spawn. DMS haven't really been going for the mid-Bs as of recent, though. They haven't needed to. They've had the reins here on the T side.
Is this attack? It sounded like attack.
Seems so. Height's yet to buy as well, which is a little bit worrying.
Wah, wah.
I hope it's not him having the problems.
Yeah, that'd be like worst case scenario.
Yeah, well, he's getting a little too strong. Maybe someone tried to nerf him.
Put him down somehow, man. Sheesh, man. It's been a hot minute since it's felt like there's this presence in a server that I've seen.
Yeah.
Like, there's good games, and then there's this.
It's one of these things, though, right? And I remember having a conversation with Prime a while back about this, where when you're popping off like this, you're actually scared to die. And you're feeling it, right? And you're feeling like you want to take all of the duels, you want to take all of the shots. But you're very aware that if you go for a peek, you miss the shot, and you die, it might actually cost. It's over, yeah. It might actually cost a round. It might cost a really integral round. There's so much pressure on him right now. There's so much weight on his shoulders. But he seems to be carrying it with a whole load of pride.
Yeah. At this point, if you're height, you want to just be playing consciously unconscious.
Yeah, don't overthink it.
Oh, they're gonna run those out long? What the hell? I mean, look, you get style points. You get a 9 in the judges' camp, alright?
Wow.
That was sick. That was sick, but guess what? Guess what? 3-on-5s don't matter. You still got this guy, uh-oh. Or you don't. Yet again, it was a 5-on-2. Last time it was a 5-on-2. Ugh. Team Space would rather forget about that.
History could repeat itself. Last time it was Smet and S-Fade. This time, one of the two, but Smet replaced with Kalash. The sniper retrieved from his teammate. Lightning fast from S-Fade. Only not again.
They have a smoke. This is a great and amazing call. An amazing call with your DMS. I don't know how much I like them not going through mid. Again, there are still these nades in CT spawn. Somebody rotates down. They can take care of this. Op was picked up originally. You saw the shoulder. What a way to dive back into the site, Bozel. Stays alive for now. If I'm him, I'm tanking the molly. Why bother? Why let them have the chance back in? Eat the damage. Take as much time as you can, and then peek out when the round is already won. Team Space, again, a slight advantage as they swap sides.
Wow, wow, wow. Just when it looked plausible. You remember that it's Fozil on the site. The other man on the server that is having major impact. Pushes himself to 31 frags. Joins the realms of height there at the top of the leaderboard. And holds down the fort on the B site. If he goes down first, if he goes down without a fight, breaches into a 2v2 retake and things get dicey. And yeah, I mean, to be honest, I agree. Like, they wasted a lot of time going back through the tuns instead of up through the mid doors. But again, like, with those nades in CT, could have been problematic. You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. They don't find the entry kill onto the site. But these micro calls, these micro plays make all the difference. A little bit of nade damage, tickles X5, nothing too substantial. Still not susceptible to a ding from that M4. But quite aggressive from DMS. Two players pushed up very aggressively here on long. Surely not playing through this, though. Oh my god, he is. He's actually just pushed through the smoke. This is wild.
He doesn't... I was going to say, if he doesn't stop, that's his life. This is something we saw Team Space do a couple of times, where they would essentially just have somebody walk through, take contact, or just get as far as you can. And he's going to hear all of this. All of the pitter-patter, the footsteps running back and forth and back and forth. They know somebody's potentially in the long doors, but the information's already given away. Wait, this is huge. This molly is bigger than you think, because now they might reroute off it, knowing that the jig is up and all of this info was heard.
Seconds left. Wow. Team Space cutting this rather fine, but Height's the man on the site, needs to deliver. He takes quite a passive angle.
Oh, no.
Doesn't take the normal path. Brilliant flash on the rotation from Espade. Height's good for 2. And the rest fall like dominoes. Danis finally finds the man that he needs to, but it's too little too late. Kalash already in on the flank. And DMS bite right back. 17 apiece.
I want to see Team Space do more toward B. This A setup is just feeling so strong and comfortable because, think about it, when's the last time Team Space went for a B exec?
Don't ask me,
90% of the time, it's A leniency, right? Like,
yeah, B actually seems to be a last resort, right? When they went for it last time, it was as this like super aggressive final round of regulation, 3 Mac 10s, 2 rifles, and it didn't work at all. But yeah, they don't seem to like any kind of coordinated approach towards this B bomb site, and that's definitely worrying, right? You're utilizing half of the map. That's fate. Didn't see him on the initial jump spots, but somehow still gets away with his life. Takes a lot of damage, and he'll do a little bit further.
don't tell me they're testing it again. It's almost frustrating, right? Because they just haven't had an answer for height. They don't. The flashes haven't been enough. The spacing hasn't been enough. The trading hasn't been enough. It's been inefficient. Like, you have to give it up at some point. There does come a time where you can logically say, up is here, let's go the other way. And that's exactly what they should be doing now. Oh, gotta sit in this. Did they not know? They didn't hear the tags. Oh, no. It's another piece of information missed. Man. He took a tag. I'm shocked they didn't hear that.
It's just ridiculous. True, Nick. Could have pulled down for the second. That would have added a spanner to the works, but still the bomb was down at the doors. And I don't see all losing that one. Now DMS are on map points to try and stay afloat in this series. And to be honest, as you said before, it feels like they deserve it. It really does. So,
yeah.
You know, as much as Team Space have fought tooth and nail to stay afloat in this one, it would be heartbreak if DMS couldn't close it, because they have they've done much of the same, but as the underdogs.
I mean, at this point, you just got to think back. 2 on 5. Numbers that will be nightmarish for Team Space for quite some time. Alright.
Alrighty.
Cool, man. Alright, cool, man. Again, at this point, this should be whatever we can get to be as fast as possible. Or just let them come walking into you. Don't know about the second player, but doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of difference.
That is a big mistake from DMS, though. After such a great round in the last. Pretty much handed Team Space another opportunity. This time 22 will be the magic number. Stanis finds the penultimate kill. Smet left with a 1v4. And he knows, yeah, he's on borrowed time. Trunic will finish it off, and 18 apiece. We go to another OT.
Hey, man. All I'm saying, they explored B.
Yeah.
And look what happened. I mean, to be fair, it came off of an opener that you are probably never getting again.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm definitely with you there, but
You're right. The point still stands, right?
and they continue their campaign, starting off on this T side, so maybe it's something that we see a little bit more of. We'll have to wait and see as we move on into it, but
I thoroughly want to see a strategy employed to find... Oh, no. Oh, no. They still go in that? Screw what I was going to say. This is a Force 3 route, and they are not ready for this. They're not set up. They're not well equipped to deal with it. Double up, and Team Space are scratching their heads.
wow. Danis knows what's up. Hit by the smoke, though. That's even going to give up the sound cue. Kalash just tucked behind this box, head down, flash good, or and Kalash follow through. And whilst Dennis, of course, will have a crack, it's overtime, there's not a lot to lose. Ooh. Maybe a couple to add to the highlight reel. Yeah, no chance at actually pulling it his way, so Orr will finish it off. DMS back to putting rounds on the board, but yeah, neither team can do so when it really counts.
Team Space have kind of role reversed, and I'd argue DMS is quite the inverse, where at the beginning of this game, it felt like Team Space, they could make a mistake and be okay with it. Like, their strategy incorporated making mistakes and then bouncing back. Here, it's impossible, right? And I said the same was true for DMS at the beginning of the game, where, you know, something went wrong, downward spiral, couldn't get away from it. Now it's just, everywhere you look, man, Team Space can't catch a break. Again, that's just a fight you can't be committing to. And Height knows they're feeling, I don't even know if scared is the right way to put it, but it almost looks like these duels are taken frustratedly.
Yeah, I don't disagree. We need to get this entry out onto the B site. Kalash just pulled the trigger a little too early, but... Oh, he's missing everything here. It's okay. He stayed alive for long enough. The rotations are over. X5 does take one, but I think that's all we'll see. Coming from lower. Nice kill. DMS.
It's hard, because you imagine that, I think Team Space, like, they kind of need one here. DMS, while the T side hasn't been lights out, it's still been really good. Good enough to where you're not getting all 3 rounds. Yep. At least, I could almost convincingly say. So, I don't know. They use their timeout to figure it out, but these last couple of rounds have just been destruction for DMS. Like, they haven't been close.
Yeah, no, you're bang on, to be honest. Eventually, you run out of steam, I guess, and that's what I feel like we're seeing here a little bit with Team Space. They've been playing with their backs against the wall. They've had so many scenarios where they've been able to close and they've not quite got it over the line. And now it's just draining, right? It's draining having so many situations go the other way. Height on the angle. Oh, what a shot.
Again, man. They keep giving him these chances. And he's going to take them each and every time. I thought I saw mid to B CT smoke there. Oh, wow. Wow, dude. You can't even blame X5 for that. Height is just Mr. Worldwide right now. He was in mid. How the hell would he have gotten a cat? So says X5. And they didn't even throw the right CT smoke this time. So guess what? Guess who's still here? And guess who's gonna get another kill or impact? Sitting in the molly as he throws that HE. This round, it's already done. They just don't know it yet. That's the bomb dropped in mid. That's Smet holding the line, waiting for you to walk back in. And Dennis realizing that the time has come. Hell's bells are tolling. And DMS have gotten their perfect CT half again. This whole time, Team Space, they could have been chilling on their couches right now. Always that 5-on-2.
It's denied. 4 map points they were unable to close. Now it becomes that whole lot harder. A mammoth task to overcome. 3 in a row. That's not to win it. That's just to bring us to even further rounds here on this roller coaster of a map. We felt that this leaned in the favour of Team Space. On many occasions, we thought it would.
Yeah.
Right here, they prove us wrong.
Oh no! Tell me how you get another opener, man. Why am I just feeling it? Oh, maybe I shouldn't be. They tried to do a disrespectful beat pop. See if they can't maybe send us the Mirage early, but nah, it's not gonna happen.
We've still got a couple of chances. I wouldn't count them out completely, but yeah, that's a little bit of an awkward one to let slip. In such a fashion as well. You don't want to be giving Team Space confidence right now. In fact, that's the last thing you want to do. Stay alert. If this ties up 21 apiece, then we are really in for a ride.
I mean, still, can't get too ahead of ourselves, to be honest. Like, this round had, I won't say a lot going its way, to be fair. Danist, it was a really nice shot on height, but beyond that, it was good protocol on B. And tap was called by DMS.
Huh.
Alright, whatever floats your boat, man.
I kind of respect it.
Yeah.
Last round went pretty bad, right? So, yeah, sort of taking the time to work out what went so wrong there and just sort of saying, okay, yeah, how do we fix that? Because that was bad. Let's make sure we don't do that again. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for that. So, see if it materializes into a round win. If they do lose this one, then it really does go onto a knife's edge once again. Timeout ending.
I know. I'm not sold. I'm not sold yet. Deal with height one more time, and then maybe, just maybe. Oh, it's not gonna happen. What did I tell you, man? There's just no dealing with this guy. And it feels like we're looking at opposite ends of a plateau, right? Where you talked about how you've got height, who's almost scared to peek because if he misses, the streak, it almost feels like it's dead. But then you got Danist, who needs to peek. Because, like, he needs to stop him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's problematic. It's problematic for sure. It's an important kill from Fozil that keeps the reins on this ace site. And, well, a brilliant incendiary. We'll stop the swing from short for the trade. The AWP's there, but again, height needs to deliver. X5, messy, but does come out on top. It really is height called upon again here. Spots it, goes for the repeat, misses the shot. Not an easy one, but one that we've grown very accustomed to him hitting. Tunic with a double out of the tunnels. And that should just put a lid on things. It'll go 21-20, and we will come down to the final round here.
Surely no way, right? Is it still weird to say that it doesn't feel the same as DMS's CT half?
I mean,
this round feels like it's everybody hitting really nice shots, whereas the DMS rounds that I'm remembering, it just felt like it was you couldn't breathe. Like the whole time around, you couldn't get into sights, you couldn't go past like basic map control.
well, that breathing room has been opened up. That pressure somewhat alleviated. Perhaps something now to work with. Which goes into long. Molly into the tunnels. Vert here with his sniper. Already tacked down to 8 HP on the cross. That's why he's been dropped it. It's okay. He can play the anchor role. Low on health behind the box. As he's quick to the trigger.
A lot of spam right now. DMS know what it means to throw away a lead like this. Methodical in their approach again as they slither their way up catwalk. DMS are no strangers to taking their sweet time on some of these executes. In fact, a lot of them, it feels wrong, right? It feels like they're wasting too much time, but then something goes right on their takes, and it's just irrelevant. And at this point, I love what they've done, because they could shift wherever they want at this point.
Shin's the middle.
Nothing's coming, though. Again, they've still yet to make a decision. Trying to waste out these these ATs from CT. There is still one in play, but not a lot here to help out at B. There's that flash going high, 2 full blind. X5 gets 1 tux, 20 seconds, and there is still 1 molly on Dennis, but he's not going to get here in time. In fact, nobody is. The rotation's so late, so labored. All they got to do, hit the shot on X5, round's done, but X5 carries the torch. A little bit longer, shot missed. Oh, Trunic, a chance given over. Another flash goes high, bomb goes down, but it may not matter. Dust settles, and it looks like maybe Team Space cracks the code. Continuing their scale,
wow.
Dennis will shut it down, and we aren't done yet.
That is truly, truly ridiculous. I cannot believe it. Team Space 3 in a row.
Dude.
It was looking cooked. I was saying, oh, maybe we go 21 apiece. Don't jump the gun. Don't get ahead of yourself. My, oh my. Now we're in for a long haul. And, you know, we were thinking they'd get it done in 2 maps. They might still, but at this point, it feels like 3. We played 42 rounds already.
1 more overtime. I think numerically it is 3.
Yeah. No break in the middle, though. Fatigue starts to set in, perhaps.
I mean, what's really impressing me out of both of these squads is how we're still seeing new stuff. I mean, at this point, we are running back a lot of the things we've already been shown throughout this game, but there were a couple of new plays orchestrated in this, so I think it was last overtime. And I wonder how much more is truly in store. Good kill out of Fozol, but he's stuck in lower. There isn't any escaping. Hit your shot, or back on out, and yeah, it's just the fate you're destined to meet at that point. And the utility battle seems to favor DMS in the long run.
An advantage to kick things off. Height yet to have his impact in the round. We know it'll come through somewhere. Maybe we've grown a little too accustomed to it. Dennis starting to activate again, though. You know, he went quiet towards the tail end of regulation here in overtime. He stepped it up, but
ooh, no
back
height
to the
up.
top of the score, but he's on 36 frags.
Showing us we were talking about the wrong opera, apparently. And the wrong rifler. 2 on 4, though. Nobody's looking along. You know where the remainder of the 2 players are. But X5's just looking to stay alive right now. Cannot really afford to give yourself up as the nade goes deep. I love the patience here. Team Space learning from their previous mistakes. Refusing to give away a kill or an isolation. X5 would be a costly mistake to let yourself fall here. Especially with the time running as low as it is. He's the one with the bomb. But now, you drop it, round's done, Dennis. And CT refuses to cross. He's on 46 health, though, and that molly should secure it. Bomb plant or not, round will come through inevitably. And Team Space will once again reclaim the lead.
Well. That makes it 4 on the bounce. Perhaps to take this further. But yeah, it's definitely felt like DMS have sort of lost that momentum that they had, the wind in their sails. And their T side certainly struggling in these last few. Oh, it's still going 38 and 31. Quick tactical balls here from Team Space. I like it. Utilising that extra bit of time, those extra few seconds, maybe to cook something up a little different. It's kind of wild, though, when you get this deep into a game, as an IGL, it becomes really difficult, doesn't it? Like, you've well and truly, especially on your T side, you have well and truly run out of fresh ideas. You're on the back cover of the strat book, scratching your head, going, I don't know. I don't know what else to do here.
At this point, I feel like you rip, like, a half of a page out and then just put it on another one.
I go, oh yeah, this could work.
4 people go in tons, then exec A.
That's a good strat. I've heard the skybox is really high in tons.
Amen. What you see is what you get.
Right. She's playing in front of this!
Ooh.
Blinded! Hits the mark and
Hold
the
on.
hard hits are gone again.
The rise and fall?
Perhaps so.
Dare I say it?
A horrible end to a beautiful tale.
What is this? What is this? A double op play? One jumps across, but the op is still posted.
Oh no.
Oh my god, that's criminal. You can't do that, dude. That's so messed up.
I'm wondering what they're doing there as well. Is that like kind of blocking each other? I'm thinking, no. And when he jumps across the plate, not like this, guys.
That is actually hilarious. Well,
To think as well, just a moment ago, they were 21-18 down. DMS had 3 map points. This is just crazy.
these flashes are insane, by the way.
They're working beautifully. Yeah, now Team Space just back to their shenanigans. They're toying with them. And there again, a brilliant flashbang. He's got his head on a pivot.
I don't know if you saw that, but Dennis was scoped so hard on Cat that when he jumped down and even got shot by his teammate in CT, Dennis didn't register in his head. So he was just stood there still, thinking he hadn't come off Cat yet.
I was wondering what he was doing. It's alright though, we cut him a bit of slack. He's playing well. A mistake that can be made in a 4v1 though, but perhaps not on a later date. Dennis has just got his number and elbow height. The man who's gone from being absolutely unstoppable, unplayable on Dust 2, is now being read like a book by Dennis, who has reactivated. And it's now going to be 3 in a row for Team Space, surely.
So, I just want to mention, it has been 9 rounds since we've seen the T-side win round.
Oh, wow. Really?
I don't ever want to hear someone tell me this map is T-sided again.
Okay. Understandable. I'll take notes.
I never thought this map was T-sided. Something just felt wrong.
Yeah.
Gotta have my hot takes here, of course. Well, yeah, I mean, remember, like, it was 18-18, right? I'm not sure who won the round before that to make it 18-18, but it was 18-18. DMS have their flawless CT half, then Team Space have their flawless CT half, and Team Space are now about to have another flawless CT half. So we're 9 back-to-back CT rounds if they win this round. And it's 3 on 5. You're scaling Cat. You got another kill out of Trunic. And this time, I don't think they're going to go swinging for the fences in a 2 on 5, or maybe they will.
Of course, they've got to have a go at it. 1 round and a half, but will there be success? Fozil says no. Kalash, good for 1. Wants to try and line him up as the heads poke over. He's run out of bullets. Now has to touch his own, but Dennis will pick it off with a USP. And a flawless affair here for Team Space once again on their CT side. And yeah, I think you might be onto something here. I think you might be right. And especially with it being reintroduced in CS2, CT's being able to blow open those cross smokes in CT in towards the cross on the A side. It definitely doesn't make it any more T-sided, right? So, yeah, something to be said here. Height slowed down. Dennis has stepped up in absence. He was unbelievable in the first map. 25 kills across 19 rounds now. 41 across 45 rounds. Having unbelievable impact. Height ready. This time a taste of his own medicine. Can't follow up. Bit audacious on the repeat.
Man. Now you begin to wonder, is this game destined for very much longer? Again, the one thing Ts do have is very favorable post plants. Look at the setup right now. 2A, 2B. It is as cut and dry as that, and they spotted the 2-on-A. They're gonna go for this kill, and he's not getting away alive. It looks like inevitably it's Team Space's map to lose, and again, a massive man advantage.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. And there it is. Penultimate there, and the confident one's a headshot from Fozil. Absolutely gorgeous. And Team Space, I mean, I feel wrong calling it a 2-0, right? That is not what we just saw. But
Sure.
on paper, that's what it'll go down as.
I mean, unless you watch this game, you didn't truly understand the roller coaster, the hills we went through. Team Space, they avoid a disaster. Again, I didn't mention it in this series yet, but that 1-in-1 column and anything below, beyond that, is hell. 2-0 right now is the most winnable spot in this entire group stage, if you ask me. That's not me trying to hype up an event or something. It just is. It just is, especially after Metasport could not clutch it out today. So Team Space are likely the favorites in that group of 4 to make playoffs, and it's no surprise when you look at this star-studded lineup. Everybody had moments in that 46-round Dust 2 thriller.
Yeah, that was definitely highlight of the day, and I thought it was going to be difficult to top, right, when we had that 3-map brawl that ended in an overtime earlier on too, with the BC game match against Metasport, as you say. But yeah, wild stuff. And Team Space showing us sort of what they're made of. I was gonna say like what we expected, but there was no expecting that. That was really cool. That was a fantastic game of CS. But that's gonna conclude our third round here. Sorry, our second round here in the Swiss stage. And yeah, as you say, those 4 high teams, Aura Youngblood, BC Game, Copenhagen Wolves, Team Space, make up quite an interesting top end of this Swiss group.
I mean, you really couldn't ask for better teams, I think, to be there. You've got some of your favorites, some of your expectations, and some underdogs, I'd say. Team Space and Aurora, I would say, are both teams that were almost destined to find their way to that spot. Copenhagen Wolves and BC Game, though, I think there's more of an argument there. So
I don't know, tread lightly, man. The Wolves are my boys.
I'm not dogging on him. I'm just saying it's gonna be good. However, those aren't coming up for a while. I believe tomorrow we have our 0-2 games, or is it I think it's actually our 1-1 games to kick us off. So stay tuned for that. You know where to find us. We'll still be here. We've got plenty left in the 6th installment of the CCT European Series. But for now, good night. Hope to see you back tomorrow morning for some more Counter-Strike.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade drop skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.